Kindly confirm if you are able, if you don't have the interpretation device.
Everything will be in English, right? You won't be talking in yeah, you won't be talking in Swahili or okay. There's more kids here.
May we request the tech team to provide more kits where these devices are not there?
My name is Lamek. I am from Kenya.
I'm Zandisile Hao from the beautiful kingdom of Eswatini.
My name is Lucky Abe of Climate Justice.
4 is to trigger the youthful.
Expand your horizons and join the movement. Let's go forward.
Announcement. I'm hoping that at the moment we are able to get the different languages interpreted. I'm reminded once again that we have the headset and the receiver. I'm reminded that there is an headset and a receiver. We will be expected each and every seat that is provided with us, we will leave it there for purpose of us using it in the next time. Once again, the participants are in this row. We are requesting that our visits are coming. We just shift a row behind so that we leave the first 3 rows, actually the first 4 rows for the purpose of our guests are coming. Ladies and gentlemen, may we take our seats though, so that we can be knowing the seats that have not been occupied.
Check on tape. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check on 2.
Some respect when you mention my name.
Nimejaribu mafuta na sabuni nyingi, hazikusaidia kurelieve eczema, dryness, or my baby.
Unison MIDI chord pack.
Unison's MIDI chord pack.
The Unison MIDI chord pack.
If you don't know how to make chords, this is it. Congratulations. The chords are already made for you.
Dragging these chord progressions. That's cold.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to get settled. May we request that it is not the right time to take pictures. We will be having enough time for 2 weeks to do our pictures. The first 3 rows, the first 4 rows are reserved. We will request that you find a different seat. We have an extra room that is going to hold us, and we're going to be having live sessions take place. A room down here. If you have not got a seat, we request that we get to the other room.
First side ni Mutembei.
I will, perhaps we will have an initiative to, like a combined initiative, international one, all over Africa, to increase our reach.
Most of the Somali are farmers.
Thank you. Now we want to set the pace of the house. We want to set the pace of the house. We are going to be connected online and in-house, and we requested that we get the house rules clearly. Number one is that where power has been connected and it is being used by the ICT team, you are requested kindly not to interfere with that. House rule number 2, as you seated, if you are holding your bag, we request that you find a small space in front of you and put your bag. Besides that, the seats that have bags and they are not occupied, we will request that we have them empty so that other people can be able to occupy. There is extra space in the second floor and a similar location as this one in the ground floor. No, second floor, 205, 206 conference room, and we are going to be guided and be streamed live as we connect to the house. As now we want to prepare to set the agenda, we will be getting messages coming from the previous cohorts of Nairobi Summer School on climate justice, and this could be a pace setting for our experience as well. May at this moment, as the protocol gets to be guided, we get the previous experience of what Nairobi Summer School on climate justice has been.
I will, perhaps we will have an initiative to, like a combined initiative, international one, all over Africa, to increase our reach.
Most of the Somali are farmers. They do farmers, but there are two problems facing in climate justice. They are protracted droughts and flash floods. We want to have give chance to people in order to the three key principles we noted down from here was mitigation, adaptation, and loss of damage.
I have information, so I'm going to sensitize people who have interest, common interest as me. So I'm going to disseminate information and make sure that they understand what I'm telling them.
What I want to change really is the manner in how to communicate our activities, how to transfer our ideas via social media.
When I get back home, I intend to transmit the information that I learned here about climate justice, continue with the interaction with our fellow Africans, with people that I met here from different countries in Africa.
It actually turns out that there's so many intricacies that goes into climate justice, the climate space, that we didn't know, and we're able to learn in this intensive 2-week packed program. So the actions I will take to actualize my resolutions is, one, make sure to partner with other youth organizations.
I'm an actress in Rwanda, especially. I will use through medias, through movies, theater, so that I can tell people how they can protect this world, because this world is where we will live. There is no other earth we will go.
I'll start engaging more in the community about, it's called creating awareness about climate change, which it entails all of us being engaged. Then
involve the youth in every way possible and encourage them. This is the way to follow.
This year, the African Leadership University embarked on the second cohort of the...
I'm going to organize some training programs. Already I have planned with some partners and the Ministry of Environment in Ghana and the EPA to train young people as negotiators who will provide support to the government of Ghana delegation at COP27 and beyond.
What I have learned here, go back home, make sure, and I impact the knowledge and try as best as much and to be able to bring people who are concerned, like the Minister of Environment, Minister of Agriculture, and the City Council, bring them all on board.
So we have to go back to my community and ensure that, I tell these policymakers, European Union in my country to know that the problems they have messed up, they have to clear it up, or they change the policy that they are using.
We need to have collaboration to advocate with government, private sectors, NGOs, individual and even indigenous people. So again, that's what I will work on.
I, as a Cameroonian and as a youth, I will want to work with other youths in my country to really build on advocacy, promoting climate justice, and also to work with people who are into agriculture, especially the youth.
I see an empowered Ghanaian youth actively engaged in the cause of climate justice, and also I see our country leading the front for more finance for adaptation and loss and damage issues in Africa.
We should come up with climate change ambassadors, climate justice ambassadors in my country that are going to be recognized, that are going to be acknowledged for their work.
I've learned that we as the young people, we need to do more than what we think we can do. I need to disseminate that information to my fellow youth that are in Zimbabwe, and also to apply what we've been taught, to take the work up to the ground, doing more than what you can talk.
The capacity building of our government and governmental institution, even in other civil society network, is still some challenges. That's why we will need to bring this influence, to advocate more, to be understood at different levels.
Currently, I'm afraid...
Good morning. Good morning. Bonjour Gattuso. Bonjour. ¿Cómo ça va? Buen día. Hola, ¿cómo están todos? Wonderful, wonderful. Habari yenu? Very good. Are you feeling energized? Welcome to Chuka, welcome to Kenya, welcome to Africa for those of us that are from outside this continent. Viva COHORT-IV, viva! Viva! And what do you want? Come on, I need to hear some better voices. What do you want? What do you want? When do you want it? What do you want? When do you want it? Very good. I hope you all got some good rest after a very long journey yesterday from Nairobi. But most importantly, I want to believe that you're able at least to appreciate our various terrains in Kenya. I hope you're also able to interact with the communities around this particular region. This is called Tharaka Nithi County in Kenya. You know, our administrative structure, of course, is in such a way that we have counties. And this is one of the 47 counties we have in this country, Tharaka Nithi County. And we're in Chuka University, which is in Tharaka Nithi. I'm told translation is not working. Kaidre, for those of us who are facilitating translation, Kaidre, make sure that that is happening. I hope everybody has their gear, their listening gear. Kaidre, your headphones. Kaidre, make sure that you have one if you don't have one. So this is a very interesting part of this country. People around here are very friendly. So when you come across someone, just say Moga. Can you repeat Moga? Can you say again Moga? And if they don't respond very well, say Moga Kaire. Very good. At least with that, you cannot sleep outside, you cannot sleep hungry, and you are going to enjoy the hospitality of the Meru community in this part of the Republic. One more thing I want to tell you about the community around here. The men around here are the most romantic men in Kenya. That is statistics according to me. Anyway, so feel free. I think we are going to start our program in a very few minutes. We are waiting for our for the high-level delegation. At the moment, they are signing the visitor's book at the VC's office, and soon they will be here, and we'll start the program officially. So thank you so much. Feel welcome. Make sure that you're not seated to somebody who comes from your country. Make sure that you integrate, that you interact. And I want to ask our Kenyan colleagues, kindly make sure that you mix and interact with our colleagues from other regions in Africa and beyond, so that you can also be able to run something different, exchange contacts. Because apart from the normal curriculum that we are going to deliver in this summer school, there is also what we call the other part of the curriculum that is not necessarily documented. And those are the interactions that come, you know, with getting to know each other, getting to understand different cultures, so that by the time you're coming from this place, you're not just going back with your notes, but you're going back with several other contacts. We have seen it in the last 3 cohorts that we have been able to organize, and young people have been able to connect very, very well. And nowadays we see them everywhere in the world. You know, I don't know how they communicate. I don't know how they are able to appraise each other regarding the various conferences happening across the globe. But I can tell you, you are joining a bigger cohort of the last 3 summer schools. And indeed, we are really transforming Africa, because our biggest resource is not the gold that you see in DRC or diamonds or whichever other minerals we have. Our biggest resource in the continent are the young people. Viva young people, viva! Africa hoye! North Africa hoye! West Africa hoye! Central Africa hoye! East Africa hoye! South Africa hoye! And of course our colleagues from Asia hoye! Our colleagues from America hoye! Very, very well. This is a global school, and we are very, very, very grateful to have you around. So let's be patient. Let's wait for our dignitaries to walk in, and we're going to start officially. So thank you so very much, and let's continue engaging.
Others are dying, we are lacking peace, so it's more worse there. So my resolution is coming, like, I'm going to take something home. We have a Northern Kenya Green Network, so we are going to mobilize the youth to pick a voice whereby you can speak for climate change. We want justice. We want to be considered. We are more affected more than other people. We are more vulnerable. Taking that, we are more indigenous people. So we want, like, climate justice to happen even in the Northern Kenya.
Rubbing, makeup stays on, forget the wipes, and choose Garnier #1 micellar.
Nationwide campaigns. This is one of the things that I really want to do, a nationwide awareness campaign of climate justice. We have never had that in Lesotho, so I want to just really have that, have the campaign events in each and every district and on grassroots level.
My part that I'm going to do is unite all the activists, the young activists on climate justice together, because when we're going to have one voice, we are going to play a very big role in placing the issue of climate justice to the government.
The country is working on the national disaster.
Kindly take your seats. Thank you so much. We were patiently waiting for you, and we're glad that you're here. All right, may I ask all of us to settle kindly so that we may get started? Thank you. Thank you so much, our Deputy Ambassador, His Excellency Abbas from Azerbaijan, our host for COP29. And of course, Mr. Staves Amso Waya from Marawi, representing the Ambassador of Marawi. Thank you so very much. All right, great, I think we are now settled. So our chief guest, Principal Secretary in charge of higher education from the Ministry of Education in Kenya. And of course, our host, Professor David Serem, the chair of the University Council, Chuka, together with our very dear Vice Chancellor of Chuka University, Professor Henry Mutebei, my boss and the Executive Director of Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, Dr. Mithika Joseph Mwenda, representative of various embassies, our vice chancellors from various universities, and we are going to recognize you in person later. Our partner organizations are working with us, officials from the Ministry of Education, and of course, our former governor of Makueni County, I see Professor Kivuza Kibwana. University professors from all 7 universities around Mount Kenya region. Our dear students from all over Africa and all over the world, good morning. Good morning once again. Bonjour tout le monde. Hola, como están todos? Habari yenu? Moga. These people are Meru. Thank you so very much. I take this opportunity at the very preliminary to welcome you all to Kenya and to Chuka University. Viva Africa, viva! Viva! Viva young people, viva! Viva! And I dare ask, what do you want? When do you want it? Now. Thank you so very much. My name is Charles Mwangi. I work for Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance as the head of programs and research. And I'm going to read this very preliminary session, and later we are going to enter into the official program. But before we do anything else, ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to be upstanding for the Kenya National Anthem, the East African Anthem, and because you're Pan-African, the African Union Anthem.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa a tree of life.
Thank you so much. We may get seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start off with a word of prayer which is going to be read by none other than our very own Dr. Grace Moridi. Dr. Grace Moridi, you have the floor.
Our God is good. And all the time? Yes, without God, for He is very good. Our chief guest of honor today, our host, Professor Salem, our VC, Professor Mutebei, Dr. Medeka, all physicists that are with us here, all our guests from all over the country that have come and outside Kenya. We really appreciate your being here with us. I really want to involve God in our today's activity that is going to carry us through the 2 weeks. I am Dr. Grace Moredi. I work here as the Deputy Registrar Academics. May we acknowledge God's presence in prayer as I read you through. Let us believe together. Our Heavenly Father, we acknowledge your presence with us this morning. And we want to thank you so much for making it a reality that we gather here at such a time. In the beginning, there was Word. The Word was with you, and the Word was you. And it is in this Word, O God, that you give man dominion over the earth and everything that is in it. And we thank you because we are church, the people that are there today, to ensure that that which you intended for us is done. Thank you, our Heavenly Father. We are gathered here today with a lot of thanks in our hearts because of making the long-awaited activity to be true, the NAIROBI Summer School on Climate Change. We thank you for giving us our guests from all over the world. We are more than 80 countries represented here. Our Father, we don't take this one for granted. We need you, dear Father, to guide us through, that we may do everything according to what you have really intended for us. We want to commit all our partners unto you, O Lord, that you may guide them and grant them wisdom as we go through this exercise. The theme of today, our Heavenly Father, is uniting youth power for enhanced global solidarity on climate justice. Specifically, Lord, we seek your wisdom. We seek your guidance, your protection, peace, good health, and all that which would make our stay here fruitful, O God, and even successful. May our dream come true. We want to commit everything unto you in prayer, O God. That which I have said, that which is in the heart of these many young men and ladies that are here, and that which we do not even think about. We want to commit all that unto you in prayer. Do not leave us even a single second without you, dear Father, because it would be a mess. This is our prayer of faith in the name of the Lord, our Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Let us all say amen. 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 May God grant you the best.
Viva, Dr. Grace, viva. Thank you so very much, Dr. Grace, for reading us with a word of prayer. So we are going to do some very quick introductions, but first I wish to congratulate all of you. We have 284 students seated here from across Africa and from across the world. And I want to say that it's such a privilege that you have been able to manage to make it to the list, a very short list, because we had more than 4,441 applications from 87 countries across the world, and you succeeded. You should congratulate yourself. And now it's my humble duty now to introduce or to basically recognize the presence of various dignitaries who are here together with us today. And then I'm going to hand over the mic to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Henry Mutebei, who is going to read us in the opening session. We want to appreciate and recognize the presence of our key guest of honor, and that is none other than Dr. Beatrice Inyangara, who is the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Education. Viva! When I mention the name, you just say viva, okay? Yeah. So we move on. I also want to recognize Professor David Salem, who is the chair of Chuka University Council. Viva! Viva! I want to recognize the presence of Professor Henry Mutebei, our Vice Chancellor and our host, who has been really committing himself to this particular process. Viva! Viva! And of course, what a privilege to recognize my boss, Dr. Midika Mwenda, who is Executive Director, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. Viva! We want, again, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize the presence of Professor Erastus Joka, who is actually the founding father, or the founding VC of this university. Professor Erastus Joka. Viva! We want to recognize, again, the presence of Professor Daniel Mugendi, who is actually the boss of all vice-chancellors across Kenya. And he's also the vice-chancellor of Ebu University. Viva! We also want to recognize, of course, the vice-chancellors from all universities. They'll be recognized officially, I know, by Professor Mutebei. I don't want to mention the names here because that is going to be done by Professor Mutebei. But just to note that this is a partnership of various universities: Chuka University, we have Ebu University, we have Meru University, Kimathi University, Karatina University, the Raka University, Kirinyaga University. You can see we have many hosts that are welcoming us here today. And of course, we have partnership with other universities across Africa and beyond, like the University of West Cape in South Africa and others. You are going to meet those professors in course, of the course in the next 2 weeks. We want to recognize again the presence of His Excellency Abbas Jaberov, who is a Deputy Ambassador of Azerbaijan. His presence here is very significant because Azerbaijan is hosting COP29. So we are very, very grateful for the partnership we've had with the government of Azerbaijan as we prepare for COP29. Again, we want to recognize, and I know she's walking in, Honorable Charity Kadhambi. I know she'll be walking in, who is a member of parliament from Kenya, but most importantly, she coordinates the caucus for environment in the parliament. So she coordinates members of parliament in a caucus that works on environment. I know she'll be joining us very shortly. I also want to recognize the presence of Honorable Jacqueline Amogini, who is also going to walk in a few minutes, who is actually a member of East Africa Legislative Assembly. We want to recognize again the presence of Mr. Ayere Kabende, who, because of support from SIDA, has actually enabled us to be able to organize this particular summer school. So let's clap for him. We have in our presence Dr. Reverend Ezekiel Resmore, who is the Director of Programs at our African Conference of Churches, our very, very close partner and brother, and together with his wife. So we appreciate your presence. We want to recognize the presence of a walking encyclopedia, I call him so, and that is Professor Kivuda Kibwana, the former governor of Makueni County. He's been very instrumental in organizing this course. He has been part of the technical committee that was looking at the modules to ensure that you get the very best. He's really a man of wisdom, full of wisdom. We want to recognize the presence of other partners we have on board. We have CARE. We have historically black universities and colleges from the US, represented by Madam Felicia there. We have ACT Alliance. We also have in our presence, of course, the representative of the ambassador of Malawi to Kenya, and that is none other than Stavas Msowara, who is together with us today. Let's appreciate him. We also want to recognize again the presence, of all the professors, particularly from this university, who have worked tirelessly. Professor Mraya and the others, Professor Kiboro and the others, really for the support they've given to this particular process, and professors from all the other 7 universities, really for your dedication in this particular process. We recognize the presence, of course, of Parkja staff. We recognize even those people who are giving us hotel services, and that is the various hotels where we are sleeping. So we want to appreciate you so very, very much. And of course, we want to also recognize, our colleagues and our partners from this local area who are also together with us here. We have various leaders from this particular region who are together with us here. So we want to appreciate you and thank you so very much. But most importantly, we want to recognize students from various regions in this particular continent. And when I mention the name, kindly stand up and say Viva. So North Africa, Viva! Where is North Africa? North Africa, can you raise where you are? Very good, the other side. Please stand up. Let's appreciate them. Very good. From Tunisia, from Morocco, from Egypt. Thank you so much. Very well. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And we have our participants from the western part of Africa. Where are you? Okay. Debu Silvapre. Debu Silvapre. Thank you so much. Those are representatives from West African region of Africa. But we have Central Africa region. Where are you? DRC, Cameroon, Gabon. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Félicitations. Thank you so much. And we have, of course, the East Africa community. Where are the East Africans? Can you start wherever you are? Thank you so much. Of course, they are the majority because they had to come here and welcome you here. Thank you so much. And then we have the Southern Africa region, Botswana, Namibia, and all those other countries. Where are you? Thank you so very much. And of course, we have other partners from other regions. Can we get other partners from Nepal, from Bolivia, from the US? Where are you? Very good, Nepal. Thank you so very much. Bolivia, where's Bolivia? Bolivia. All right, I'm sure they are out. And of course, the US. Where are from the US, we have Felicia here and the others. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you and we honor you. And I know Professor Mutebi is going to probably recognize the others probably in a better sense. So thank you so much. Feel at home. And now it is my humble duty to hand over the microphone to our host, our very own Professor Henry Mutebi, the Vice Chancellor of Chuka University. Viva VC, viva! Thank you so very much.
May I start by recognizing Mr. Charles Mwangi. Viva Mwangi! Thank you very much. We now want to enter into some official speeches, but Madam Pierce, I want to recognize you in a special way. You've been supporting us. When we wanted to host this event here, we walked to your office and that of the CS, and you quickly convened a meeting and you put your support with us. Today, the CS is summoned into another high-level meeting. He would have been here. But the presence of the PS is a testimony that the government and the ministry is giving us maximum support. Let us clap for her. I want to recognize the excellencies who are here representing your ambassadors. Feel at home. I want to recognize my chairman of the council representing the council, and the council is aware we are here. I want to recognize the chairman of the vice chancellors. So the forum is represented, and I want in extension to recognize my colleagues, vice chancellors who are here from the 8 universities, Chuka included. I want to also recognize in a special way the founding VC of this university. Professor Joka, you can stand up. You know, Professor came before us, put the hardware, and now we are putting the software. And then I want to recognize our partner, the main partner, Pagja, and I want Dr. Medeka to stand together with Agustin. Please stand. These 3 people standing, Agustin, Medeka, and Mutembei, we are the ones who gave, the summer school is our baby. We sat together and we thought of this summer school, from 2018, isn't it? 2018. And for us, we are happy it has evolved and it is going beyond us, and we shall let it go completely and we let others people learn with it. But the word summer school, Nairobi Summer School, always remain because it was conceived in Nairobi. The same way Olympics started in Greece, the Nairobi Summer School, even if you hold it in Egypt, it has to be called Nairobi Summer School. Viva Summer School, Nairobi! Thank you. Now, since all the others have been recognized, but allow me, Madam Pierce, in one way, all the people who have put this Nairobi Summer School together, people from Pagja, people from Chuka, stand up, we appreciate you. The technical committees, I know Professor Kebuda, you are part of it because you developed the modules. So, and the others who are inside here, can we clap for them? Thank you so much, because other Gatama and the group, you really tirelessly worked for this summer school, and it has come. Enjoy your fruits. Thank you very much. Now, I will start asking various dignitaries to speak to us. We'll make it short because our chief guest is involved in another function in Nairobi at 2. And we don't take it for granted because you have to squeeze yourself. And thank you very much. We cannot say God will bless you. Now, could we have the welcoming remarks and opening Chuka doors to us by our own able chairman, Dr. David Salem.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. Our Principal Secretary, Ministry of Education, Dr. Beatrice Inyangala, members of Parliament and county assemblies present here, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance members present, Vice Chancellors of public universities, and especially the 7 or 8 universities who are part of this symposium, led by Professor Mugendi, University Management Board, deans of faculties and directors, Senate staff, students of Chuka University, and all other universities across the globe, advocates of climate justice, distinguished guests, and all protocols observed. Good morning. Good morning again. It is with great happiness and pleasure that I welcome you all today to Chuka University. I'm particularly happy to note 87 countries are represented here today. As we convene for the 4th cohort of the International Symposium on Climate Justice, on behalf of the University Council, management, students and staff, I convey my gratitude to the summer school organizers for choosing Chuka University as the venue for this symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this symposium, Igniting Youth Power for Enhanced Global Solidarity on Climate Justice, resonates deeply with the urgent call on our current times. We are witnessing unprecedented climate impacts that transcend borders to affect ecosystems, economies, and vulnerable communities worldwide. Today's youth, or today's young people, are no longer leaders of tomorrow, but need to be leaders of today that actively shape policies, drive innovation, and demand accountability from those in power. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank the government of Kenya and the Ministry of Education for embracing and embarking on mitigation strategies to support climate justice. I'm proud to witness our peers, Dr. Beatrice Inyangala, personally being here today to support this summer school. Madam Peers, this demonstrates your commitment and that of the academic academic excellence and profound sense of responsibility towards building sustainable and just future for all on planet Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Peers, in closing, allow me to say that as a council, we are happy with the trajectory being undertaken by the management to advance activities which promote discussions on climate change and climate justice for shared and responsible climate decisions and actions. This is particularly impressive because advancement of our university niche of environmental sustainability is being advanced. Thank you all, and once again, feel welcome to Chuka University. Thank you.
Let us clap for our council chairman, and now he has welcomed you officially. Let us say, Viva Chuka! Thank you very much. Now I want to welcome Dr. Mithika Mwenda to come and give his remarks. Thank you.
Viva Chuka, viva! So I think I want to see, I'm not seeing that fire of young people. I've been observing it as if we are not. Are you happy? Yes. Are you cold? Yes. Are you warm? Yes. Are you fiery? Yes. I'm just addressing the people at the corner there. So I want our guest of honor. This is a youth event. I should not be observing what I'm seeing. So I want to see fire, and I want all of you to stand before I start. All of you. And the people there, I want to see fire from you, that corner, because I've been observing. No, chuka, no chuka, no chuka. So we have a slogan, this is our climate justice. So we have our chorus, and that is what I want to ask to follow with. Okay? So we have a slogan, which goes, I want you to shout until somebody in Egypt, in Bolivia, in the US, in South Africa, in Cuba, everywhere to hear. So we have a slogan. Do you know it? Do you know it? No, I'm not hearing it. I want to hear it very loudly. Do you know it? Yes. Okay. So we do it with our fist this way. Can I see that fist this way? Just fire, 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 fire. No, you guys there. Fire, up. All right. Good. I'm hearing the fire now. So I say climate justice. I say, what do you want? Because we want climate justice. You know, I know you are Gen Z, isn't it? Ah, Gen Z. So when I say, what do you want? Climate justice. And then climate justice. When do you want it? Now. Oh, now. So I can hear the fire. And I want to hear it until somebody in Chuka town hears that there is something happening here. Okay? Let us test. I want us first to test. So let us fire up. Fire up, fire up. What do you want? What do you want? I think the ambassador of Azerbaijan comes from very far. He needs to hear. He needs to hear it. Yeah. So I want to hear it very loudly. What do you want? That is it. What do you want? When do you want it? No, now. What do you want it? Now. Climate justice. What do you want? So let us now do it so that when the PS goes now, she will be knowing that she has left a fiery meeting. What do you want? What do you want? When do you want it? Now. That is the fire which we want, ladies. And you can now get seated. Thank you. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, PS, Beatrice Andagala, for finding time to be with us today. For me and my friend, Professor Mutembei, Chuka University fraternity, because I have seen unprecedented level of collaboration. The collaboration is not with only the institutions which have been mentioned. It is really a demonstration of what people can do when they work together. So this collaboration we are seeing, the success of this when we are sitting there is seen not only here, but where you have come from. As Charles has said, we received unprecedented level of, enthusiasm from the applications. We got 4,441 applications from 87 countries in the world. You can imagine selecting you just here, how difficult it was. 225.5% of application compared to 2013. That for us is really an embrace of the initiative, which was just a concept, but now has become a reality. First then, may I take this opportunity to welcome to you to this 4th Symposium on Climate Justice, and secondly, congratulate you to the 4th Summer School on Climate Justice. So you can see we have 2 events here. Today is really to hear from the people you have heard, the vice chancellors, the ambassadors, the leadership from Kenya, and Kenya, you know, represents everybody. Kenya represents Africa here. The PS represents His Excellency the President. The President of Kenya is the coordinator of Committee of Heads of States and the governments on climate change of the African Union, and at international level a very recognized face in terms of the concept of climate justice. As it has happened, and the tradition, since we started this school, we kick off this with this symposium, which brings a cross-section of stakeholders. We want to reflect, we want to dialogue, we want to network, and share perspectives on what is happening in this international discourse on climate change. And this has helped us to not only create a strong community of practice, but also elevating the notion of climate justice in international diplomatic discourse processes and interactions. And you have heard the ambassador of Azerbaijan this November is going to be hosting us. And I think this is very important because Azerbaijan is not an event, it's a process, it's a moment. 3 days ago, we ended up meeting with a virtual meeting with the government of Azerbaijan, trying to see how we can facilitate more young people like you, civil society, with the government of Azerbaijan, so that you can see. So we expect some of you, those who are here, I know we have some tricks which we are going to unlock, and is here. I think the government of Azerbaijan, and they will mention that, has accepted to support African civil society to Azerbaijan. I think you have to work hard. You work hard so that you will be one of in the short list. So we want to see you doing that here. And then, you see, the honor, once again, to host this initiative in partnership with Chuka University and the 7 other universities which have been mentioned, together with other partners that have mentioned, CINDA, FLOCA, Financing Locally Led Climate Action Program, and the Ministry of Finance, the Government of Kenya, Ministry of Education, and the others from Africa and all over the world. Is also a privilege to all participants who beat a competitive pack, as I've mentioned, to be here. Of course, this year's theme is not only a reflection of futuristic outlook we have envisioned for this school, but also premised on deeper introspection of the emerging geopolitical context, where the world is facing various other crises, such as you speak here, millions of people are being killed in Ukraine and in Middle East. The Israel Hamas war. You wouldn't want that. It's a crisis which is competing with what we are doing here. And so the young people, what do we expect? We are seeing even at Kenyan level what the Gen Z is doing. They are saying we are no longer going to keep quiet. And that is not even in Kenya, even at the UNFCCC. Internationally, we want really, because this is that demographic dividend, we want the voice of young people, not as listeners, but even action takers. We want you to take action because their future belongs to you. Despite the challenges, however, we are gratified that the school has triggered remarkable transformation by individuals who have passed through our hands. The knowledge imparted has helped the cause of climate justice in Africa, and this is evidenced by a number of alumni who have used the skills and network to advance their education and secure jobs in NGOs and in intergovernmental organizations and even in governments. Ladies and gentlemen, today is not time to talk. There are so many things which are awaiting us. This session is very short. I can talk and talk the whole day. You will never be bored. But I want just to conclude, really, to appreciate very, very strategic partners who have been with us in this journey. CINDA, I know Ayala says, really, we pamper him every time, but really, you have really supported Paja. The Ministry of Dutch Government, Foreign Affairs, FLOCA, World Resources Institute, East African Farmers Federation, Action Aid International, the HBCU Green Climate Fund. I know Felicia is here. Environmental Defense Fund, all partner university, Chuka, University of Hembu, Daraka University, Kirinyaga University, Meru University of Science and Technology, and Dedan Kimath. Again, I want to thank you very sincerely. As we look to the future, let us draw inspiration from the successes we have achieved and the potential that lies ahead of us. Our youth are the catalyst for sustainable future. They are the activists, they are the advocates, they are the innovators, they are the change makers, the change which we want. Together, we are building a resilient and equitable world driven by the energy and passion of our vibrant future. So again, I will end by telling you always there is a person I remember when I was growing up, a small boy in primary school, Lon Van Powell. So he died actually a few kilometers from here. Those who know the scouting movement, he died in Nyeri. And when he was dying, he actually was struck by malaria. So that time malaria did not have any cure. So he was condemned to death. So in his deathbed, he called all his followers, all the students like you, who are now camping there, and he left them with one word around these sentences. He told, try and leave this earth a better place than you found it. And when your time comes, you can die with a feeling that you have achieved your best. So we believe that the way Professor was saying, as we have done it, it is you to take the mantle. Take the spirit of the Nairobi Summer School to wherever you will go. That is what we have seen with the alumni of Nairobi Summer School who have passed, around 1,500. So increasing you 300, it will be now by next year it will be 1,800. You will be our ambassador. So I want to end. What do you want? No, I'm not hearing it again from that group. I think that group we are going to shift it to this side. What do you want? When do you want it? Now. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. And can we clap for Medeka? We want that climate justice now, now, now. And in good leadership, those of us who have done very good classes in leadership, it is good always to exit the scene. When you start entering the office, see yourself out of the office. And the only way you can do is to mentor others, and then you exit the scene. If the institution cannot operate without you, you are not a good leader. Madam PS, you are mentoring us. See us occupying the office and you exit. That is the best leadership you can have, isn't it? Yes, because when we were creating the summer school, we didn't want it to be known Mutembei, Agostino, or Mwenda. It should be behold us. And we live with happiness. And when you find others succeeding there, you clap for them. And it will be you, all of you, wherever you will be. Clap for yourselves. I would now want to call upon Professor Elasta Joka to give us the philosophy and the foreseeing of this university, because we see it being fulfilled now. Professor, karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Bwana BC. Our chief guest, Dr. Beatrice Nyagana, the PS Education and Research, and my sister, the chairman of Chuka University Council, Professor Serem, the vice chancellor of Chuka University, Professor Mutembei Henry, and his team of DVCs and the university fraternity, the the vice chancellors who are here, I used to work with them. I was a senior vice chancellor. The ambassadors who are present, Mr. Midhika, the CEO of PCJA, Paja, Professor Kiboda Kibwana, who was a great governor, and we are aspiring to be governors like him. The faculty members, distinguished delegates, I think I have mentioned the ambassador, esteemed colleagues, advocates of climate justice, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Professor Erastus Njoka, the founding Vice Chancellor of Chuka University and also the founder of Tharaka University. I was lucky to steer the establishment of 2 public universities in Kenya. I don't think whether there is such a person within. The 2 public universities are highly ranked in performance contract as they are among the top form-based performing institutions in Kenya. It is an honor to address this 4th International Symposium on Climate Justice, which is a matter of profound significance. This symposium is being held in Chuka University, which is a unique venue since it is the only prophetic university in the world. How? In 1951, Jerusha Kanywa, a great seer and a philanthropist, prophesied that there will be a mountain at Chuka where we are today. And bands from all over the world will patch and later live for whom happily. Today, the prophecy has been realized. The high-rise buildings you can see around, and the high-precision scientific equipment in this university are the mountain. And you from all over the world, I have had students from all over the world, are the bands. At the end of this symposium, I trust each one of us will go home happily after successful participation. Today, I stand before you as a citizen of our shared planet, united in our collective responsibilities to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time. The world is already in distress as a result of climate change. Rising, melting mountain ice caps, even on Mount Kenya, which is next to us, are some of the events that clearly indicate that there is climate change. Since the impacts of climate change are felt globally, the burden belongs to all nations. It is sacrosanct that we fully involve the youth in enhancing global solidarity on climate justice. The youth are our replacement stock. They will replace all of us in the future. It is imperative to note that in addressing the essential challenge of climate change, youth, energy, innovation, and determination are indispensable. Climate change is a global issue that requires collective resolve, cooperation, and solidarity across nations, generations, and sectors. And at the heart of this collective effort lies the power and the potential of our youth. Young people today are not merely passive observers of this unfolding crisis. They are catalysts for change, champions of sustainability, and advocates for a future where environmental stewardship and social equity go hand in hand. Their voices are loud, their actions impactful, and their commitment unwavering. Whether through grassroots activism, scientific research, or policy advocacy, young leaders are shaping the discourse and shaping the future for us, our children of our children. Climate justice is not merely an environmental issue, but a matter of social equity, human rights, and global solidarity. It calls upon us to advocate for equitable policies, empower communities to adapt to climate impacts, and ensure that our actions today do not compromise the well-being of future generations. As the founding VC of Chuka University, I sincerely thank the government of Kenya for embarking on a comprehensive array of mitigation strategies to support climate justice, addressing both the causes and impacts of climate change while ensuring that the most vulnerable populations are protected. Central to this effort is the implementation of the Kenya Climate Change Act, which mandates the integration of climate considerations into all levels of government planning and budgeting. Moreover, the government has invested in large-scale reforestation programs recognizing the dual benefits of carbon sequestration and biodiversity conservation. These efforts are implemented by a focus on sustainable agricultural practices to embrace food security and reduce the carbon footprint of the agricultural sector. I am happy to report that Chuka University has been at the forefront of implementing climate mitigation strategies. For the last 4 years, we have planted about 3 million trees. I think even Wangari Maathai never planted those. On public lands, schools, forests across the Rakanidi, Meru, and Em counties. Further, through universities, the government continues to collaborate with the local and international stakeholders to provide technical and financial support to citizens, enabling them to adopt adaptive practices and enhance their resilience to climate change. Programs such as the Kenya Climate Smart Agricultural Project, KCSAP, and the Green Climate Fund initiatives are designed to empower farmers and local communities through capacity building and infrastructure development. I particularly wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice for their commitment to fostering a platform where the voices of youth can be heard, loud and clear on matters concerning climate justice. To my successor, Professor Mutembei, the Council, the Senate, and University Fraternity, thank you for accepting to host this important, auspicious symposium. Such conferences, which bring together actors from the public and private sectors, non-state actors and other stakeholders, are valuable in sharing notes and experiences and forging common approaches to tackling challenges and addressing emerging issues in our operational environment. I take note of the existing topics the participants will cover, ranging from climate justice and finance to green economy. Finally, the decisions we make today will shape the world for generations to come. I urge each of us to harness the power of knowledge engaged here, to collaborate across disciplines and borders, and to advocate for policies that prioritize environment stewardship and social justice. The challenge we face are immense, but so too is our collective potential to effect positive change. Together we can amplify the voices of the marginalized, catalyze policy change, and inspire global action that transcends borders and generations. Together we can ignite a movement that transcends boundaries and generations, ensuring a livable planet for current and future generations, where justice, equity, and sustainability prevail. Thank you, and God bless you. I would like to ask you the question you asked by the CEO. What do you want? When do you want it? Now. Thank you very much.
Let us give a loud applause from Professor Joka. Professor, we value you. You put up the hardware. We are continuing to complete the hardware and putting the software of internationalization. And today, we have a testimony of 87 countries. Next speaker will be none other than Peter Odhengo, representing the World Bank. Come. And Minister of Finance. Karibu sana. Let us give him a clap.
I am representing Kenya. Yeah. Bonavisi, Madam PS, dignitaries, all protocol observed, the chair of the Politburo of the PAGCHA, none other than my colleague from Cameroon, the summer school team, ladies and gentlemen. This marks my third session when I've been talking with young people from all over the continent. When I was with you last year, I talked many things. Many things have been talked today, or many things will be talked about today. You are coming in a republic of which we are just coming from the impact of climate change, where a number of poor people are currently living in IDP camps, not because of their own misdeeds, but because the vagary of climate change, especially now that there used to be prolonged drought, after that prolonged floods, and after that now the cold that you are now seeing in these great highlands of Choka. Ladies and gentlemen, this summer of today should be changed to be Nairobi Choka Summer School. As we move from this trajectory and the landscape of the name, we have been organically growing, and you are coming at a time when Kenya, the young people are really making it young, good in the mind. And because we believe in you, it is upon this background that financing locally led climate action, the great Flocker pioneer in the entire continent of Africa, so that it is now time that we use such kind of innovative program to invest in the current and the future generation of the Republic of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, as I talk here, the Flocker program has, through this World Bank and the Kenya government and the 47 counties have today, as we sit here, gave a scholarship to 98 young girls and ladies. Can you stand up and say hallelujah if you are here from the Republic of Kenya?
Yeah, those who have been. All the delegates from Kenya?
Can I have all the delegates from Kenya?
From the 47 counties.
From the 47 counties. Please just stand up. And you can see that these delegates from the 47 counties of the great Republic of Kenya is over and above all that has been provided as a result of the great program, the Financing Locally Led Climate Action. It gives a confidence, aspiration, belief that Kenya believes in the young people. It gives the audacity of purpose and the thought that the youth, women, children, from the disabled and the IPs are the current and the future of the journey that we want to go. It is upon this background that we invested significantly on this to make you be here. We will be coming back again, and when we see after this training, within the program, we will call upon our 98 champions, green champions, for a proper graduation, ordaining, and then after that, we will now take you to support all the counties of the origin for a period of 6 months, and if you succeed, that is a good job. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Viva Peter. Viva Peter. You can see he's offering you a job, isn't it? Yeah, that is the gentleman you need to make sure you attend all the sessions, because those are the filtering things, and then you'll be graduated very well. Now, allow me to recognize Honorable Jacqueline Amogini, Member of Parliament of the East African Community. Stand up. Can you clap for her? And to represent the members of Parliament, just come here and just greet the crowd 30 seconds. Just come around. Just greeting. Please. It's your time now. Representing the political class. No, just today. Just today. For now, the opening ceremony. I'm giving you that chance, please.
Okay, viva Chuka, viva.
Viva.
Viva COHORT-IV, viva.
Viva.
Habari ya subuhi.
Nzuri sana.
Bonjour. Ça va? Ça va bien? Bien dormi? Ok, bienvenue Kenya. Welcome to Kenya. And I have been just told to say hello and greet, and I'm here to say hello, and I'm sure you're very excited at this opening ceremony to already kickstart your 14 days engagement here in Chuka University. I want to wish you all the best, but I'm in the program. I'll get back. Thank you so much. Asante sana.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament, and he is a resource person. So we take it, we appreciate you for coming to impact knowledge to our youngsters. And to represent the embassies, I would like to ask now the ambassador of Abidjan to come and greet the people.
Dear all, Madam PS, Professor Shrem, Dr. Mwende, young leaders, professors, it's really responsible to be here to speak for you. First of all, I would like to convey my ambassador's greetings to you, heartfelt greetings to you. And he's out of country. I'm representative of Embassy of Azerbaijan. Actually, we are here for solidarity of climate justice. Yeah, it's a very crucial issue, and it's great honor to be part of this important gathering for us. Climate change is one of the most critical issues of our time, and hosting COP29 is both a tremendous honor and significant responsibility for my country. We are committed to making this conference a success, this symposium a success. In this spirit, we have established a wonderful cooperation with Kenyan youth and NGOs. Our meetings and discussions have been incredibly fruitful, and we are inspired by the active participation of African youth. It's a privilege to contribute to the symposium, and we are grateful for this opportunity. Together we can make a meaningful impact on our planet's future. We gather here solidarity for justice, climate justice, and what Mr. Wendet told, we want it now. We want now. Thank you very much, everybody. Huge success, and I wish you energy. I wish you success, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we tell him that COP29 we shall have our voices heard? COP29 we shall have our voices heard. So even if we do it virtually, we'll be there with them. Now, I would like to call upon Professor Daniel Mugendi, who is the chairman of the Vice Chancellors in Kenya, to come, introduce the Vice Chancellors and give them a chance to say hello. And then you'll finally invite Madam PS to make the keynote speak. And when Madam PS is going to be coming into the podium, I would like all of us to stand and tell her that we need climate justice. So, Professor Daniel Mugendi, karibu.
Thank you very much, Professor Mutembei. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, my task this morning is very simple. Before I give my remarks and welcome our peers to speak to us, I would like to introduce all the Vice Chancellors who are here. I will ask them to stand up where they are. I will not ask you to come here because of time. I know you are... Okay. I'm overruled. So please, can we have the Vice Chancellors here and the DVCs also who are representing their Vice Chancellors, please come in front quickly. What we will do is let them say their names. I know they were introduced, and then say I want, and then they will go back and take their seats. We'll start with the Rende Vice Chancellor.
Bonjour. Good morning. My name is Professor Mary Ndungu, the Vice Chancellor of Kirinyaga University. Madam PS and all protocol observed, climate justice is justice for humanity. That's my conviction, and I'm very happy to see that the young have taken the mantle to ensure going forward we have climate justice. Viva climate justice! Viva. What do you want? What do you want? When do you want it? Asante.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you for all protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Professor Engineer Peter Muchiri, Vice Chancellor, Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. We are very happy to be part of this process, and we are also saying climate justice now. Thanks a lot. Karibuni sana. Bienvenue Kenya. Thank you.
Good morning. Bonjour. My name is Professor Romano Sodiamba, Professor of Statistics, the Vice Chancellor, Meru University of Science and Technology. We are very happy as Meru University to be part and parcel of this great day, a day when we really sensitize the whole continent through the youth that there's need really to be in charge of the mitigations that we can use to mitigate against climate change. At Meru University, we have been planting trees. We have done 14% forest cover from 2% in the last 5 years. And this is something we want to continue, and we really value our working together with PACJA, and we can only dream for better things to come. And climate change is a real issue that we all of us have to work together. May God bless you. Together, as a continent together, we will succeed. Asanteni sana.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Bonjour. Comment ça va? Okay, my name is Peter Muriongi, the VC Tharaka University. I'm also a member of staff of this university. My staff number is 0071. So after my tour of duty at Tharaka University, I'm going to come back to Chuka University and continue teaching. Wow. I think the issue of climate justice, first is about involvement of everybody. Because you can't ask for justice when you are doing what? Nothing. So we want everybody to be involved. The rich and the poor, the communities, the youth, everybody. That way, we are going to succeed. So what are you doing where you are? If you come to Tharaka University, which is a remote area, almost a desert, you would believe you are in a desert. Because as a university, we have taken deliberate action to plant trees, and even to support the agenda of His Excellency the President to plant how many trees? 15 billion. Number two, the other aspect of climate justice is sometimes you find the people who are very poor actually are not the ones responsible for much of the effect of what? Climate change. So we need a global policy that can allow for compensation for the poor nations and communities because of the activities of some of the rich nations. Otherwise, I won't speak a lot. Mungu awabariki.
Na wasalimu ninyi nyote, amjamboni. Amjamboni tena. In short, that is to say good morning. Because my colleagues have tried to speak the other languages, which I also don't know, French, Cameroon, and the others. So now I try to promote Kenyan. Habari zenu. Karibuni, one of the things that you will hear everywhere you go in Kenya is karibu sana, which means welcome. So just learn that bit, welcome, karibu sana. My name is Linus Gitonga, a professor of entomology and the Vice Chancellor, Karatina University. Thank you. I am a native of this place. My home is just a few kilometers past here, Nkobo. And so this is home for me, and therefore when I welcome you here, I say karibu nyumbani. Karatina University, we are just next to the forest, the closest university to Mount Kenya. We may not experience a lot of things, heat, this or that when we are there, but we start with the world. This thing of climate justice starts with me. And if I'm not able to change the world, I change me. And when I change me, the world changes. God bless you.
Thank you very much. My name is Professor Henry Mutembei, Professor of Veterinary Production and Obstetrics, and the Vice Chancellor of Chuka University. Can I please have all the DVCs present, starting with my DVCs, to stand and wave? Professor Gilbert Duru, Professor Eunice Gedai, Professor Simon Thranera from Mary University. Thank you very much. At Chuka University, we are very green, and since we are very close to Mount Kenya, we also protect the environment so that the people downstream can have clean water. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As you've earned, I'm Professor Daniel Mugendi, Vice Chancellor, University of Embu. University of Embu is the next university this way, 40 kilometers from here, again on the slopes of Mount Kenya. And we also take matters climate very, very seriously. So I want to go through my short remarks so that then I can invite the peers to be able to speak to us. Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, Dr. Ezekiel Machogu, who is the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education in Kenya, who is ably represented here today by Dr. Beatrice Muganda Inyangara, who is the PS, State Department of Higher Education and Research, Professor David Serem, Chairman, Chuka University Council, Professor Henry Mutembei, Vice Chancellor, Chuka University, and Dr. Medhika Mwenda, Executive Director, Pan-Africa Climate Justice Alliance, Our Excellency Joyce Banda, former First Rindi, President of former First Rindi, Malawi, and also Laws and Damage Ambassador for Africa, but as you know, they are in a mourning state, so he is ably represented here today by Mr. Stavenes Muswoya, who is representing the ambassador, Professor Kibuda Kibwana, former governor of Makueni County, Honorable Jacqueline Amugen, a member of I hope I pronounced it well, Member of Parliament, East Africa Legislative Assembly, Professor Erastus Njoka, who is the founding Vice Chancellor, Chuka University, Honorable Ambassador of Abidjan, Deputy Ambassador of Abidjan, again, who will be hosting COP29 later in the year. My colleagues, Vice Chancellors, who have already introduced themselves, and we really thank you for co-hosting this event. Our international and local students for Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, distinguished guests, members of the public, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First, on behalf of all the Vice Chancellors of our public universities in Kenya and that of my own, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you all to this 4th International Symposium on Climate Justice being hosted today by the 7 universities in Mount Kenya region here at Chuka University. I warmly welcome all our international dignitaries and students from across the world to Kenya. A very warm welcome to our senior government officials, members of the public, and all invited guests who have come to join us in this symposium. Second, allow me to thank the Pan-Africa Climate Justice Alliance and its leadership for choosing to collaborate with our universities in this region to host this symposium and training for the 4th cohort of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. This is a clear demonstration of the recognition of our international and local partners of the role of the universities in this region to provide leadership in training and research on matters climate change and climate justice. Climate justice addresses the ethical dimensions of global warming and poses radical questions to the prevailing modes of policy formulation and policy implementation. It is about equality, human rights, collective rights, including the right to development, the rights of nature, and the historical responsibilities of the climate change impact. Climate justice is a philosophy that is not only about ensuring emissions cuts, but also about seeking answers on who bears the burden of climate crisis and how just transitions can be achieved. It challenges the existing power relations associated with race, gender, class, generations, and the North-South biases. The summer school, conceptualized by Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance and hosted by our universities here at Chuka University for the convening 2 weeks, is designed to be a continuous learning process where graduates are expected to spearhead communal action to solve challenges posed by climate change at local levels. Addressing climate change at these lower levels provides a good foundation for scaling up climate action at national and regional levels. This bottom-up climate consciousness is important for effective mobilization and eventual awakening of communities to the potential benefits of human living independently with nature. To achieve this socio-economic transformation, the role of young scholars is critical, and climate justice education is even more important and urgent. This is the gap that the training of the 4th cohort of the Nairobi School is seeking to address as climate-related challenges become even more overwhelming. In line with the theme for this symposium and summer school, Igniting Youth Power for Enhanced Global Solidarity on Climate Justice, the hosting universities, along with the Pan-African Center for Justice Alliance, held a number of events in different countries within the region aimed at creating awareness on climate justice among the youth. During the World Environmental Day held at the University of Embu on 5th June 2024, students from the 7 universities participated in 3 planting activities and later held a walk in Embu town to sensitize the community on the importance of environmental conservation. On 16th June this year, these students held a debate at Chuka University aimed at harnessing the collective energy and the passion of students to advocate for meaningful climate action. The theme for the debate was igniting the comrades' power and solidarity in advancing voice on global climate action. On 18th and 21st June, the universities engaged different stakeholders, including the civil society leaders, government officials, political leaders, faith leaders, the media, and the community opinion shapers in town hall meetings on climate justice held in Meru University of Science and Technology and Chuka University, respectively. During these meetings, participants shared insights and updates on the most innovative ways to deal with the climate disasters. I wish to thank the students, staff, and the leadership of our universities for actively participating in these events. I also thank all the stakeholders who ended the call to take part in these activities. Once again, I wish to welcome you all to this symposium as we usher our local and international students into a 2-week training on climate justice. Let us all commit ourselves to taking individual actions towards addressing the challenges brought about by climate change. Universities in Kenya remain committed to equipping students and the community at large with the skills necessary to protect the environment for a healthier planet and sustainable future. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Yeah, before the PS comes, I'm being told that we have left the SINDA representative. Mr. Ayele, please come and just say a word. Just come, and even if you are away from here, he is one of the sponsors of this event. Please come. Not a speech, just come and be recognized and be in the podium like any other.
Okay, good morning. I don't know what to say because I have a prepared speech and I will make it later. But now I'm Ayele Kabada, representing the Swedish International Development Agency. We have been working with SIDA for more than 13 years. We've always been proud of the works and the achievements of SIDA. Yeah, you are most welcome.
Thank you very much. Yes, you'll be the program and you'll be speaking later, but thank you very much for agreeing to come to be recognized. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will now ask that we all be upstanding so that we welcome our keynote speaker this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Okay, let's fire. Okay. What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it?
Now.
Do we want it badly? I want each one of you to shout climate justice in your mother tongue so we celebrate our diversity. Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay. So how are we going to connect with the grassroots, right? We must know how to shout out climate justice in our mother tongue, right? Yeah. So that we connect with the grassroots, right? Okay, so I'm here ably representing my minister, Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, but I'm also here on my own behalf. And so, Professor David Serem, Chairman, Chuka University Council, Professor Henry Mtembe, our very generous host, Vice Chancellor, Chuka University, Dr. Mithika Mwenda, Executive Director, Pan-Africa Climate Justice Alliance, Mr. Service Msowoya, representing Embassy of Malawi, our very own Professor Kivuza Kibwana, former Governor of Makueni County, Honorable Jacqueline Amonjin, Member of Parliament, East African Legislative Assembly, Professor Erastus Njoka, Founding Vice Chancellor, Chuka University, our very Honorable Ambassador of Azerbaijan, the Chair of Vice Chancellors, Professor Daniel Mugendi, also Vice Chancellor of EMBU, my family of Vice Chancellors and DVCs, our international and local students of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm really happy to join you. And so it is with great honor and profound gratitude that I stand before you today to welcome you to Chuka University. I congratulate Chuka University and the 7 collaborating Mount Kenya East Region universities, the county governments, and the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance for hosting the 4th series of the 2024 Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. I want to recognize in a very special way the 7 partner universities that are collaborating with the University of Chuka. That is University of Embu, Karatina University, Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, Kirinyaga University, Tharaka University, Meru University of Science and Technology, and the Kenya Methodist University. Your convening at this moment is a testament of your collective commitment to journey with the rest of the world to address one of the most pressing issues of our time, climate change and the quest for climate justice. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm reliably informed that this year, this summer school and its transformative training has an audience that includes a variety of climate justice actors, civil servants, diplomats, researchers, innovators, civil society, grassroots activists, scholars, community-level activists, youth leaders, and students. The participants are drawn from Africa, Latin America, United States of America, Europe, and Asia. And in all, we have a vibrant community from 87 countries. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. We gather here as the 4th cohort, united by a shared commitment to address climate change and to pursue climate justice for many of Kenya's, Africa's, and indeed frontline communities globally. It is gratifying to know that the youth are right at the center of this timely discussion. A discussion that focuses on their future in a world that is grappling with the impact of the climate crisis, as well as other socio-economic and geopolitical intricacies. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today I wish to highlight a few points on the theme of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, the 4th cohort, which is themed Igniting Youth Power for Enhanced Global Solidarity on Climate Justice. First, I invite all of us to acknowledge the crisis. Climate change is not just an environmental issue. It is a matter of justice, equity, and human rights. We all know that the impact of climate change is disproportionately felt by those who have contributed the least to the problem. Our vulnerable communities, particularly in developing nations like Kenya and our sister nations. From prolonged droughts affecting our farmers to unpredictable weather patterns disrupting our ecosystems, the effects of climate change are sadly very severe and have far-reaching consequences on all our livelihoods. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all is not doom and gloom, I dare say. So far, we have made some significant milestones. These milestones should continue to invigorate us on this arduous journey. As a country, I am very proud to say that we are changing the world and leading from the front. Over the years, Kenya has emerged as a shining example and a leader in climate action, both on the African continent and globally. Our commitment to sustainable development and environmental conservation cannot be overemphasized. Our collective power and voices are reverberating globally and accelerating climate action. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as a Ministry of Education, we recognize the pivotal role education plays in combating climate change and fostering climate justice. It is through education that we are equipping our young people with the knowledge, skills, and values needed to drive sustainable development and resilience. Our curriculum, teacher training, research, innovation, and community engagement are all integrating climate education, including the science of climate change and the social dimensions of the impact of climate change. Our students at all levels of the education system are being prepared to assume diverse roles in environmental stewardship. We are equally investing in the training of our educators to effectively deliver knowledge, practical skills, and technologies in climate adaptation, sustainability, and resilience. Our universities and research institutions are at the forefront of climate research, developing innovative solutions to mitigate and adapt to climate change. We have adopted a whole-of-government approach to stimulate partnerships between schools, universities, and local communities to implement practical projects that promote environmental conservation and climate resilience. Examples cover the circular economy, clean energy, smart agriculture, green buildings, and afforestation, among others. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today we invite you to join us in celebrating one of our landmark achievements, the successful hosting of the inaugural Africa Climate Summit in September 2023. This summit was not just an event, it was a turning point in our collective effort to tackle climate change. Our government brought together leaders of African nations to foster collaborations and solidify Africa's position on this important issue. The summit emphasized the urgency of climate action and underscored the pivotal role of Africa in driving global solutions. The unwavering dedication of our President, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, in championing this cause is internationally acclaimed. As you're aware, our President serves as the chair of the Committee of African Heads of State and Government on Climate Change. His leadership has been instrumental in driving the climate agenda in Kenya, Africa, and indeed globally. The passion, foresight, and commitment of our leader has galvanized national and international consciousness and inspired transformative initiatives. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to highlight some of the initiatives we are implementing in Kenya. The Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry is working closely with other ministries in an ambitious reforestation and afforestation plan. The target is to plant 15 billion trees by 2032. We are resolute in our determination to increase our tree cover. This is why we have established a green army to nurture our trees and protect our forests. Our green army embodies our resolve to build a sustainable future for and with our youth. You will recall that the third iteration of the National Climate Change Action Plan and the NDCs 3.0 have key provisions for tapping into the potential of youth voices, innovations, and transformative solutions embedded in emerging technologies to green our world. Our youth must be at the center of any strategy that aims to protect our ecosystems and the rights of communities to a clean and healthy environment. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice has been lauded as a cornerstone in the drive for change. The summer school serves as an incubator for innovative ideas. Inbuilt in this summer school are interactive experiences that foster a deeper understanding of climate justice and inspire collective action. I want to applaud each one of you for choosing to participate in this summer school. Give yourselves a round of applause. With this bold step, you have taken the call of co-creating knowledge to bridge the gap between local solutions and global challenges. You are the change makers that will break barriers and energize the world to embrace the green agenda. Now, more than ever before, I am confident that with your leadership, we shall preserve our rich biodiversity, support the livelihoods of our communities, and secure the future of our children. Coming out of this training, we shall give new meaning to buzzwords like the World Environment Day, World Oceans Day, and the Day to Combat Desertification and Drought. Why? Because we shall unleash our full potential for climate action and advocacy. And in here, I want to emphasize that every time we think about climate change, we think about the bolts and nuts, we think about the engineers, the agriculturalists, we think about the scientists. But there's room for action and there's responsibility for everybody. The communicators must send out the right message. Our musicians, our poets must help us embrace climate change in a different way. There's a role for our fathers who must choose clean power for families, and for our mothers, the choices they make when they are cooking food for the family. And so, our collective action starts here, but must spread and touch everybody, because everybody has a responsibility. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we know that education alone is not enough. We must create an enabling policy environment and mobilize resources for green initiatives. This will require a multifaceted approach with 3 key elements. And I'll just summarize these 3 key elements. The first one, and which you are all very conversant with, is policy advocacy. We must push for national and international policies that prioritize climate justice, ensuring that resources are allocated to the most affected regions and communities. In our relentless pursuit of climate justice, we must establish and strengthen policies that have a transformative impact. To date, the enactment of the Climate Change Act and the establishment of the Climate Change Directorate attest to our dedication here in this country. These frameworks have enabled us to streamline climate action by connecting to grassroots communities. The frameworks have also helped us to promote sustainable practices and enhance our resilience in the context of climate change. The second point is global collaboration. Climate change is a global issue that requires global solutions. We must strengthen our partnerships with other nations and share the knowledge and resources available to tackle this crisis collectively. And the last, and perhaps the most important, is youth empowerment. Our youth are not just the leaders of tomorrow, but the change makers of today. We must empower our youth. We want to empower you with the appropriate knowledge and tools, and facilitate your access to platforms that drive climate action. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, let me reiterate that the Nairobi Summer School of Climate Justice is more than just a conference. It is a beacon of hope and a catalyst for change. This forum provides a wide spectrum of opportunities to learn, collaborate, and innovate. I laud each one of you once more for seizing this opportunity. You made the right choice. Let us all rise. Let us all rise. and commit to a future where climate justice is not just an aspiration, but a reality, because together we can build a resilient and sustainable world for all. What do we want?
Climate justice.
What do we want?
Climate justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
Okay, now say it in your mother tongue. Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you.
Open, please.
Okay. Okay. I had a few words. I had a few interesting words. Okay. Again, let's hear some shouts in mother tongue. Yeah, that is it. That is it. Yes. Okay. And now, with those few remarks, I declare this summit officially open. What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it?
Now.
When do we want it?
Now.
Thank you.
You can all agree with me, we have a vibrant PS, isn't it? Yes. Can we clap for the PS 3 times? Moja, mbili, tatu, funga, nafungua. Asante sana. Before I bring in Mwangi to continue the program, I want us to recognize and clap for over 800 online participants that are with us. You have the 800 with us, we recognize you, we know you are with us. And many others through the YouTube. I think we are now the ones who are following the symposium, we have clocked over 3,000. So clap for them. Thank you very much. Mwangi, please come back and give us further guidance.
Thank you so much. Justice climatique. You guys don't know French. Justice climatique. Justice climatique. Justice climatique. North Africa. Adera munahia. Adera munahia. Adera munahia. All right. Thank you so very much. And I think, Professor, you may want to recognize the presence of Honorable Kadabi.
Our parliament is also represented by one of our own, Honorable Kadambi. Please come and say hello. You just come in. Your colleague from the East African just said something. Mheshimiwa, the floor is yours. Just you wave because it has been officially opened.
Wow, good morning. How is everyone? Thank you. I'm Charity Kathambi Chepkonye, Member of Parliament. That is Njoro constituency, part of Rift Valley in Kenya. I chair the Parliamentary Caucus on Conservation and Climate Change. I'm happy to meet these faces that you are ready. We've been champions. Yes. Thank you so much. I think I've done introduction, or should I continue?
I know Honorable Charity Kadhambi is a resource person who will be speaking after this. So thank you, Mr. Mwangi. You can continue. Mheshimiwa, you just came after the others, and you'll continue with us, Mwangi.
All right, thank you so much, Professor. So mine is very brief, just to give you guidance in terms of how we are going to progress from here. I'm sure we'll be seated for like 2 hours. So a health break is something that we may want to take. But before then, we have to record this meeting. So therefore, we want to welcome all of you downstairs. We are going to take a memorable photo of the 4th cohort of the NAIROBI Summer School on Climate Justice. After that, we are going to take a cup of tea, coffee, chocolate, water, and everything else that you need from the hospitality of the Chuka people. And then we'll get back here in the next 20 minutes so that we can continue with our program. We'll be hearing from our partners. We'll be hearing from our parliamentarians who are here. So kindly carry your flags as you go out, carry your flags, and then we'll be back here again after 20 minutes. Thank you so much. All right, so we are going to move in this order. I want to request our high-level delegates, Kaidri, to move up, together with the Vice Chancellors and our Deputy Vice Chancellors and our partners, Dr. Ezekiel Esmo, Oyere, and the others, Kaidri. Members of Parliament also, Kaidri. Let us move out. We can allow them to move out, and then we are going to follow behind. Justice climatique. Justice climatique. Adera munahia. Adera munahia. Thank you so much. Park just staff, Kaidri remain behind for 2 minutes. Park just staff. Kaidri remain in the hall for a few minutes.
Increase our reach.
Most of the Somali are farmers. They do farmers, but there are two problems facing in climate justice. They are protracted droughts and flash floods. We want to have give chance to people in order to the three key principles we noted down from here was mitigation, adaptation, and loss of damage.
I have information, so I'm going to sensitize people who have interest, common interest as me. So I'm going to disseminate information and make sure that they understand what I'm telling them.
What I want to change really is the manner in how to communicate our activities, how to transfer our ideas via social media.
When I get back home, I intend to transmit the information that I learned here about climate justice, continue with the interaction with our fellow Africans, with people that I met here from different countries in Africa.
It actually turns out that there's so many intricacies that goes into climate justice, the climate space, that we didn't know and were able to learn in this intensive 2-week packed program. So the actions I will take to actualize my resolutions is, one, make sure to partner with other youth organizations.
I'm an actress in Rwanda, especially. I will use through medias, through movies, theater, so that I can tell people how they can protect this world, because this world is where we will live. There is no other earth we will go.
I'll start engaging more in the community about, it's called creating awareness about climate change, which it entails all of us being engaged. Then involve the youth in every way possible and encourage them, this is the way to follow.
I'm going to organize some training programs. Already I have planned with some partners and the Ministry of Environment in Ghana and the EPA to train young people as negotiators who will provide support to the government of Ghana delegation at COP27 and beyond.
What I have learned here, go back home, make sure, and I impact the knowledge and try as best as much and to be able to bring people who are concerned, like the Minister of Environment, Minister of Agriculture, and the City Council, bring them all on board.
So we have to go back to my community and ensure that, I tell these policymakers, European Union in my country, to know that the problems they have messed up, they have to clear it up, or they change the policy that they are using.
We need to have collaboration to advocate with government, private sectors, NGOs, individual and even indigenous people. So again, that's what I will work on.
I, as a Cameroonian and as a youth, I will want to work with other youth in my country to really build on advocacy, promoting climate justice, and also to work with people who are into agriculture, especially the youth.
I see an empowered Ghanaian youth actively engaged in the cause of climate justice, and also I see our country leading the front for more finance for adaptation and loss and damage issues in Africa.
We should come up with climate change ambassadors, climate justice ambassadors in my country that are going to be recognized, that are going to be acknowledged for their work.
I've learned that we as the young people, we need to do more than what we think we can do. I need to disseminate that information to my fellow youth that are in Zimbabwe, and also to apply what we've been taught, to take the work up to the ground, doing more than what you can talk.
The capacity building of our government and governmental institution, even in other civil society network, is still some challenges. That's why we will need to bring this influence to advocate more, to be understood at different levels.
Currently, I'm afraid to go back home because the cattle are dying, we are lacking fees, so it's more worse there. So my resolution is coming, like I'm going to take something home. We have a Northern Kenya Green Network, so we are going to mobilize the youth to pick a voice whereby you can speak for climate change. We want justice. We want to be considered. We are more affected more than other people. We are more vulnerable. Taking that, we are more indigenous people. So we want like climate justice to happen even in the Northern Kenya.
Nationwide campaigns. This is one of the things that I really want to do, a nationwide awareness campaign of climate justice. We have never had that in Lesotho, so I want to just really have the campaign events in each and every district and on grassroots level.
My part that I'm going to do is unite all the activists, the young activists on climate justice together, because when we're going to have one voice, we are going to play a very big role in placing the issue of climate justice to the government.
The country is working on the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, which is envisaged to be the Disaster Risk Management Act in the long run. So these are hanging processes, and from a climate justice angle, we should be able to exploit those entry points and also provide our voice to have these frameworks in place.
I have learned about adaptation process, mitigation, and also loss and damages. And as a lawyer, the aspect of loss and damages is very important. How I can also go into litigation, climate change litigation for the victims, the climate change victims, how I can advocate and say, you know what, these people should be compensated for their lives that have been lost to climate change, for their properties that have been lost to climate change, but also their health that have been affected. So these are all human rights issues I can also advocate in the courtroom and also out of the courtroom.
Most of the youths are not aware of these things. If we can educate them and help also maybe to get funding, because there's nothing that works without money.
The knowledge and the skills from this training, then I will implement in my home country through training, through awareness creation, through capacity building.
I want to work on that. I want to introduce the youth. I want to introduce my fellow students to the idea of climate justice. So when I go back, I want to work with my university.
Use the minds, the knowledge, the connections we have made so far to grow in that area. So that's the first thing that I'll do, and further collaborating with indigenous community.
When I go back to South Sudan, I make sure the young people must be educated about the basic information of climate change, right away from primary schools to secondary schools and even to the universities.
And the two resolutions right now, the two major ones is to really mobilize. So capacity building towards mass employment is one of the key things that we need to do, but this needs to be done within the green economy. So we really need to start re-looking and strategizing ways that we are able to build green.
The actions I will take is that I will get more involved with the organization I'm affiliated with, which is Lumisa Eswatini, and whatsoever projects that they are working on, I am intending to be with them and share the knowledge that I've learned from the summer school.
Where my voice can reach, I will tell people to invest in renewable energies.
The cyclone's movement or track follows a pathway away from its source, driven by global wind circulation.
If you look at methane,
conflict and climate change.
I'm going to be looking at challenges, impacts, and responses to climate change.
Wow, so this 2 weeks that we've been out here at Climate Justice School has been mind-blowing. Just to be firstly in a room with countless individuals that are standing together as grassroots activists.
The highlight for me has been the field trip to Katunde.
I had no idea that climate justice was focused on so many social issues.
So I don't think I would have gotten so much information in such a short space of time anywhere else.
The 2 weeks of the summer school, I've been able to network, learn more about climate justice, climate crisis.
Right now, they are refusing to take responsibility of that. We as African youth, together, if we stand together, we'll be able to fight that and demand the justice and demand what is right of us. So please, let us be united as Africans.
Ngozi yako ina glow. Nilijipaka mafuta leo asubuhi nikikam, lakini skin yangu ishaparara and it looks so dull.
Sis, see, it's the new Nice and Lovely Lemon Extract Body Lotion.
Hiyo ndio secret yangu to a moisturized and bright skin. Usimix.
New Nice and Lovely Lemon Lotion, enriched with vitamin C and sunflower seed oil for 48-hour nourishing glow and brighter skin. Try Nice and Lovely Lemon Lotion today.
Ce que j'ai appris pendant les 2 semaines, c'est une expérience unique d'abord, qui me permettront de s'adapter au changement climatique. Parce qu'au Tchad, nous rencontrons déjà le changement climatique qui est déjà une réalité pour nous. Et nous devons vraiment s'assurer que ce que nous avons appris ici soit être vraiment appliqué sur le terrain.
Pendant 2 semaines, on a appris tout ce qui est changement climatique, la justice climatique, les négociations, et on a appris les bases du fondement du changement climatique et ses impacts et les conséquences de ce changement climatique dans les milieux vulnérables.
Alors pour ces 2 semaines de formation que nous avons bénéficié dans le cadre de ce programme de l'école d'été, il faut dire que j'ai beaucoup appris. D'abord par rapport à ce qui concerne les piliers même de la justice climatique, c'est-à-dire l'adaptation, l'atténuation et aussi les pertes et les dommages. C'est quelque chose qui était nouveau, et le thème aussi, justice climatique, c'est quelque chose qui était nouveau pour moi. Et au cours de ces 2 semaines, j'ai vraiment appris beaucoup de choses.
Donc, comme action principale pour exécuter ces différentes résolutions, je vais d'abord faire la restitution de cette université que nous avons suivie au niveau universitaire, c'est-à-dire au niveau de notre université principale au Bénin. Je vais également me rapprocher des responsables étudiants de l'université Parakou, avec qui je vais partager tout ça.
Mes 2 résolutions concernant le changement climatique, c'est que l'Afrique doit réagir, l'Afrique doit se lever, l'Afrique doit avoir son mot à dire concernant l'injustice climatique, et pour ça, on doit agir d'une voix commune. Ensemble, tous les pays africains, on peut faire un poids, on peut, pendant les plaidoyeries, agir pour que cela soit efficace et qu'on obtienne les résultats concernant la justice climatique.
Et voilà, les 2 jours de formation, comment on appelle les quelques temps de formation que nous avons fait à Nairobi ici, m'a appris non seulement de connaître ici les problèmes liés à la justice climatique, mais également aussi les problèmes liés à l'adaptation, à l'atténuation et les pertes comment on appelle, pertes et dommages. Donc c'est une très grande opportunité pour moi vraiment de participer à cette rencontre internationale.
Quando for de volta para Angola, a primeira coisa que eu quero fazer, ou que pretendo fazer, é pegar todo o conhecimento adquirido aqui, transformar em alguns pequenos módulos e poder partilhar com as pessoas das minhas comunidades. Nós queremos poder capacitar as pequenas comunidades sobre as questões relacionadas às alterações climáticas, formas de prevenção, como podemos nos posicionar para fazer também, para erguermos as nossas vozes em favor das questões climáticas. Queremos poder nos posicionar pressionar para que o nosso governo possa implementar políticas para a resolução dessas questões no nosso país, para um uso mais consciente daquilo que a natureza nos tem para dar. Então quero poder transformar isso em pequenas formações para as comunidades, para as escolas, para entidades governamentais e privadas também.
Je m'appelle Radsunena Kefina Naval. Je viens de Madagascar et j'ai 24 ans. Je fais partie d'une organisation qui se trouve là-bas à Tananarive, la capitale. Par rapport aux questions de résolution, moi, au niveau de mon pays, je travaille plus dans un milieu, c'est vraiment dans des actions nationaux. On travaille surtout dans le sud. Mais après cette formation, après toutes ces expériences qu'on a pu voir, je suis plus encore motivé à voir les choses d'un point de vue vraiment plus global. Puisqu'on parle de changement climatique, ce n'est pas seulement un impact au niveau de mon pays, c'est un impact global. Donc je veux aider à contribuer à changer les choses au niveau global. C'est pour ça que maintenant j'ai plus l'intention d'aller même à la COP25 qui va se faire en Égypte. J'ai plus l'intention de faire cela pour donner ma voix, pour donner la voix à Madagascar, surtout aux jeunes qui sont très souvent mis de côté.
À l'issue de cette formation, déjà, je compte, par mon initiative, inviter la jeunesse et pratiquer ce qu'on appelle les plaidoyers, parce que nous avons reçu beaucoup de formations sur les plaidoyers. Les plaidoyers vont permettre en fait et rappeler aux nations qui ne respectent pas les accords de le faire. Et il faut une justice. Il faut qu'ils payent pour les dégâts qui ont été causés. Donc, une fois retourné au pays, je compte bien m'activer sur ce point-là. Mais aussi, concernant les reboisements, je tiens à souligner que ma structure œuvre beaucoup dans ce qui concerne le reboisement, la revêture de la nature. Mais à ma promesse, je promets bien sûr de maximiser sur les campagnes de reboisement.
Bon, je pense qu'il faut, comme j'ai dit, en fait, travailler toujours en groupe parce que l'union fait la force, comme on dit. Et pour moi, en fait, il faut toujours chercher à donner plus, à chercher à travailler en groupe. Donc, le fait que je sois ici avec vous m'a poussé, au fait, et m'a donné une idée et m'a ouvert les yeux pour chercher à faire des collaborations avec les jeunes Africains ici et à travailler sur les problèmes des changements climatiques, surtout que moi je suis chercheur et que je cherche aussi en fait à montrer que voilà, la recherche scientifique est très importante au niveau des changements climatiques puisqu'elle peut trouver des solutions, en fait, je dirais, comme les membranes normalement que j'utilise, ce sont des membranes low cost, donc qui sont fabriquées à base de produits naturels. Et c'est une très bonne initiative parce que normalement, je dirais qu'au niveau du Maroc, en fait, il y avait un manque de précipitations cette année. Donc il y avait une sécheresse qui était très importante, qui a été remarquée. Et donc voilà pour moi, en fait, le fait de trouver des solutions.
Mes deux résolutions par rapport à cette question, c'est d'aller faire d'abord la sensibilisation, savoir la communication pour que les jeunes puissent comprendre l'enjeu aujourd'hui de cette justice climatique et qu'ils puissent comprendre aujourd'hui l'urgence qui existe. Mais la deuxième, c'est de pouvoir mener des activités sur le terrain, à savoir le reboisement, mais aussi la construction de digues pour l'avancée de la mer, surtout chez nous.
Bonjour, moi je suis Cheikh Naketa. Je suis participant malien à la deuxième édition de NAIROBI Summer School. Déjà, je disais tantôt, j'ai derrière moi des milliers de combattants, des milliers de militants. Notre organisation compte des milliers de membres. Donc, vu que je suis renforcé davantage, donc à mon tour, je vais leur renforcer leur capacité d'action sur le terrain. Donc, dorénavant, les actions seront multipliées sur le terrain. Je profite de l'occasion pour dire ceci. L'année dernière, notre organisation a bâti une superficie d'1 hectare au nom de Wangari Mutai. Un terrain sur lequel
Manukato mapya kutoka Downy. Nahitaji manukato ya kunituliza katika shughuli nyingi, au manukato mepesi ili niwe fresh kwenye joto, au manukato ambayo hunifanya niwe maridadi siku nzima, inayodumu kwa nguo zaidi ya manukato ya gharama. Downy mpya, lavender calm, sunrise fresh, sweet elegance, freshness inayochangia kujiamini.
Lulu watatu.
Ndoto zako zimetimia. Jaribu collection mpya iliyo tayari kutumia kwa shilingi 20 tu.
Let's hope that you're all doing great, like we are all doing good. So this is Jeanette Kawera from Rwanda, the Communications Officer of RCCDN, which is Rwanda Climate Change and Development Network, and the New Times journalist, which is the Rwandan Daily newspaper. And behind the camera there is Hope Mandala from Malawi, and we are here in Nairobi for the Nairobi Summer School for Climate Justice, organized by PACTRA. This is Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, and together we'll be with you to just keep you posted and updated on what is going on within these 2-week sessions. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We want you to just know what is really going on in regards to climate justice. So stay tuned. Thank you so much for being with us.
Exactly sure what climate justice was until I arrived here, and I didn't know the depth of the issues that we all have, that all the countries in Africa have. I think I would like to share the importance that there exists in there being a communication between all the African countries about the issues of coming to conclusions on solutions, and basically so far it's that.
My name is Faithfulness Joshua. We've had a session today about the green cities, the sustainable cities, and the smart cities. Of course, I've been able to capture and grasp something and know that our government really needs to put up an effort where we really need to have smart cities where we are going to advocate for, of course, better healthcare, better modes of living, better modes of transport. As I get out of this summer school, I intend to champion for these policies to be implemented by our government, and this is something that, of course, has been within me, and I would like to do so. This has been an eye-opener, and I think this has been a very great space where I've been able to learn from much experienced people, and of course, looking at young people who are doing great impacts to the society. So I'm really grateful for this opportunity that Nairobi Summer School has.
are you doing?
I'm good. So, can you please tell us your name and why are you here?
Okay, of course. So I'm Adham from Egypt. I'm an environmental engineer from Yes Love Egypt organization, Wiley, and I'm representing our organization and our country. And yeah, why I'm here, of course, is this is actually a super great opportunity and super rare opportunity to have the chance to meet all of those all of our brothers and sisters from all the other African nations who work on the same topic as us, which is climate environment and of course the climate justice, because Africa needs to work with climate justice. And especially we in Egypt who are super interested about this, because as you know we're hosting the next COP27 in Egypt in Sharm el-Sheikh in November, and we hope to see you all there and all of our friends and colleagues. So yeah.
You see, like some of young people, they think that the climate change thing is just the topic for the old age people. What would you tell the fellow youth who still think that this look for just the old people?
Actually, I disagree with them completely. Actually, I think this climate issue is actually for Generation Alpha and Generation Z, and maybe the older. But actually, Generation X, yeah, of course, they are the professors and doctors, the experts and everything. But actually, we, the youth, and even the people younger than us, like teenagers and young students at school, from primary school, they are the core of tomorrow, because us will be the governors and the ministers and the presidents of tomorrow, and we will be making decisions. So the old people now, I mean, you can't really it's hard to change someone old, so you need to start from the uprising from the beginning. So I think we have more chance and more opportunity and more and we are more lucky because we have more exposure to the issue. We have internet, we can collaborate, we can visit each other. I mean, to meet people from 47 countries and more in such 2 weeks and have all of these hours of training. So yeah, I mean, they should start taking action. And another thing, we as Africa, we can do much more than other people. And so, and it's our issue, and we are the most affected. So, African youth, we need to act.
Thank you so much. Thank you for just giving us this time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
My name is Kobani Maisa. I come from Malawi. Last March, PACJA and the organization organized what we call the African Regional Conference on Climate Finance and Loss and Damage. So whilst there, they had shared this opportunity to say that we're organizing the youth platform under the NAIROBI Summer School Climate Justice, and they indicated precisely that it would happen this June. So they called upon us to actually apply, and I had to take my chance. So I'm here. I'm glad I'm here. So far, things are going on very well. Benefiting a lot from the expertise that is there, the facilitators that are here looking at climate change from different perspectives. This is a very good platform for young people to understand that climate change is a cross-cutting issue, and being a cross-cutting issue would encourage youth from different sectors to come. And this summer school comes every year, and as you might be aware that this is the second edition. We had the inaugural session last year, so yeah, when you see it, apply and come.
What we are trying to do here is just to do some vegetable farming, and we are trying several types of vegetables, and we are selling just locally in the local market.
Ok, alors ce qu'ils essaient de faire ici, c'est l'agriculture maraîchère. Comme vous avez vu là, il y a des choux, bref, autour de vous, il y a des produits et ils les vendent dans des marchés locaux, donc ça ne va pas très loin.
And as we started this local, in fact, we have not gone very much. We have just started, because this project was started last year.
Ok, donc ils sont en phase initiale, ils viennent juste de commencer. Le projet a été initié l'année dernière. Phase pilote.
And the way we see it is a very good project, and very soon we are going to be putting some shillings in our pockets, because now we are going to be moving downwards, because we have started selling.
Oh, that's great.
C'est un beau projet. À la fin,
voilà, en fait, voilà, c'est un projet, voilà, qui sera très rentable. Et il dit donc que très bientôt, ils vont commencer à rentrer dans les, à vendre. Ils commencent déjà à vendre les produits de ce projet.
Et ils vont gagner de l'argent.
Et ils vont gagner de l'argent.
So action, the action we keep talking about, we need to take action, we need to do this, we need to do this, the vulnerable. Today I saw it, it's happening, it's going on, it's happening. So maybe if we could get more of these stories, more resources pumped into such initiatives and such development-oriented issues, then as a country, I believe, and as a continent, we would be way, way, way ahead of many of our counterparts with regards to climate justice and energy access. Now, summer school, what it has done, it has demystified the slogans. It has made it real, actual. We have seen these things happen. It has motivated us to take these things when we go back home. And what I would encourage or recommend is that more youth are involved in summer school. More people. Let there be more editions of the summer school so that people from all over the world, especially Africa, come and learn, come and see, and help shape the discourse of climate justice.
Dear fellow youth, climate change is real and is there. It has been there before we come on Earth. It's here and it will be there. And remember, the Earth is the only livable place on the entire planet. So take care of the environment, and the climate will be just friendly to us. Thank you so much for being with us. Special thanks to the man behind the camera, Bob Mandala from Malawi. This was Janet Kawela, and please do follow the picture on all the social media platforms as well as RCCD. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Experience the power of the ultimate glow in our new revitalizing formula. With 3 times more oil-infused serum, Vaseline Lotions penetrates and restores your skin's natural moisture from within. No need to add extra oils or glycerin. New Vaseline Lotions.
everyone. It's also fantastic to have a lot of people from different countries that join us for the Climate Justice Summer School in Nairobi. And I'm going to be sharing some of the experience during and what they want to see after the Climate Justice Summer School in Nairobi. It was so educative, a lot of great facilitators, lecturers, and special thanks to Pagja for doing this for the young people across Africa. Join me on this very wonderful journey as we hear from passionate delegates that want to take climate justice and we want to take action in making sure that we take back our economy for better and to build forward better. Thank you.
My name is Nasreen Saim. I'm from Sudan. I'm here in Nairobi to attend the Nairobi Summer School for Climate Justice as a resource person. The Nairobi Summer School for Climate Justice is a unique opportunity for young people to build their capacities and learn the technicalities of climate change and climate justice. Well, young people, of course, need capacity building to be able to take their work to the next level and to be able to work effectively in their communities. That's why the school is a very unique opportunity to build this capacity and to share the knowledge, and of course for making networking between young people. Thank you very much. And
hello, my name is Francisco. I'm from Costa Rica, and I'm here in this Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice in order from these African fellows and to bring all this knowledge and this experience to my country, to help my people, and to tell the governments to take actions in terms of climate justice. And in the next COP, I really want to bring all these voices, the youth voices in terms of climate justice at the negotiations.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Glenda Lozada, soy maestra en la Escuela Segunda Unidad Adolfo García de Naranjito y actualmente parte de la Academia de Nairobi Summer School relacionada con cambio climático y justicia social. Para mí es un placer poder participar. He tenido unas experiencias muy significativas, las cuales podré compartir con mis estudiantes e inspirarlos para promover la justicia, la equidad, la diversidad y la inclusión. Un placer formar parte de esta academia. Gracias.
Hello everyone, my name is Mary Samkandawire and I am from Malawi and I'm here at the Nairobi Summer School of Climate Justice. Back home I am a young climate leader under the Malawi Scotland Partnership and I'm also a member of Green Girls Platform. So as a young leader I am very excited to meet other people and learn from all over Africa what the experience about climate justice is all about and also learn about climate justice in general. Thank you.
Hi, it's Sami Said from Sudan. I am an energy engineer with main interest in energy, socio-economic policy and finance. And now I'm in Nairobi, Kenya, attending Climate Justice Summer School. So far, until now, I'm fascinating actually with the diversity of this summer school with the young African leaders from more than 40 countries here in Africa and even around Africa. So yeah, what I like the most about this summer school is that how it connects the activists and those people who advocate for energy justice and climate justice and energy poverty with the geopolitical situation of the African continent. And I guess this summer school will not just end here, because the people here are just networking with each other. They are making new friendship, it's totally new environment. So I guess after the end of this summer school, we might see a lot of projects across the continent. Thank you so much.
From the climate finance, and you have heard about this accreditation for the DCF. And then Jean-Paul talks about the accreditation to just observe DCF board meeting. You have to understand the difference here. I'm on slide 20.
Communicate actress. Mathanisen insecurities.
Hello,
My name is Inonge Sakala, and I'm coming from an organization called Action Aid Zambia, which is based in Zambia. So basically, my experience here at the Climate Justice Summer School under PACJA has been very insightful, especially towards my work in civil society organizations. So one of the topics that actually caught my attention was the issue of climate financing and how most countries need to be able to benefit from the money that is coming in from the north towards mitigation and adaptation to climate change. So one situation that I think is really key for civil society organizations is monitoring how this fund is actually being utilized, and also how government is also sharing this money with those from the bottom to the top. So yeah, that was basically my experience, and I'm also willing to continue to learn more until the Climate Justice Summer School finishes. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Anne Tansi from Cameroon, and I work with the association called Abiojet. I'm a project facilitator. So what I've learned from the Nairobi Summer School, what really strikes me is the climate litigation, which are legal actions taken to combat climate change. And what I encourage youth to do is that they should be able to master their country's environmental policy and laws on climate change in order to be able to take legal actions. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Daisy Wangombe from Kenya. I'm an attendee at the School of Climate Justice in Nairobi. Climate justice has impacted my life in that I have come to understand how gender inequality and climate justice has affected women and children. Children don't really have to suffer the effects of climate justice, injustices that have been going on, and women are the most affected by climate injustices. They have already experienced inequalities in their life, and climate injustice is just adding salt to injury, because they are the kind of people who will go looking for firewood and food and water when it comes down to drought and lack of food. So this Climate Justice School has impacted me in that I can be able to spread awareness when it comes to gender inequality and climate justice. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, my name is Mary Snyder from Kenya, and I've been attending the summer school, or I'm attending the summer school in Nairobi 2021 here in KU, and I have learned a lot. I've networked with people from different African countries, and personally I specialize on water, and now I'm doing SDG 661, which is ecosystem and freshwater. And just to say, it is important for young people all over Africa. Let's unite together and make sure that we take care of our motherland. Climate change, climate justice, this is something that is affecting all of us. So as young people, my call is, let's come. I'm cheering you on, guys, to let's come together and make sure that we take care of what God has given unto us. And I'm sure we're going to have, to be able to take care of what we have. God bless you, and ciao.
My name is Diana Ouma. I'm from Kenya. I work for the Horn of Africa Youth Network as the program coordinator. Since the Nairobi Summer School of Climate Justice started, I've learned so many things. Being able to network with different people from different countries, getting to share what everyone is doing, every young person in the continent, and also being able to understand the issues of MEAs, networking, how best we could leverage and campaign and push for our advocacy agenda on climate justice. Thank you.
I don't have any friends here, by the way. in the intestines of Nairobi City? Yes, in Nairobi. We are live from Karura Forest. We're here for excursion. Donc, je vais sélectionner doucement, doucement. That's all we be. Avant le maxi. Don't come.
Hello, my name is Brenda Mazumba from Tanzania. We are in the Karura Forest, as you can see. It's a very beautiful place. It's a natural forest. Actually, this place teaches us a lot It teaches us that we can not only survive from planting trees, but we should also conserve our natural forests. If we rely only on planting trees, we should not rely on only planting trees. We should also conserve the natural forests we have. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is Adiz Abdurrafi Mohammed from Ghana, and I'm the Karura Forest in Nairobi. Well, this forest is a historical place, and it has so many trees. It was first established by a woman, and through her activism, they killed her because she wanted to preserve this place. And we came here to plant a tree in memory of her. So I urge all environmentalists to try and also fight for us to have a very good climate and a good environment. And I encourage everyone to come to Nairobi.
My name is Jumoke Odediji from Nigeria. I'm inside Karura Forest, and I love the nature, I love the trees, I love the fresh breath. Yeah, I can feel that on my skin. I breathe fresh air, and everything is all enabled through the tree. So I want to encourage tree planting. When you get back to where you are going, make sure you plant a tree to save the Mother Earth. Thank you.
Coucou, je suis Cynthia Kouakou de la Côte d'Ivoire et là je suis au Kenya dans le cadre de l'école d'été inaugurale de Nairobi. Là nous sommes dans la forêt de Karura. Il fait très bon vivre, l'air est glacé. Sérieusement c'est un paradis, ça n'a pas de nom. Vraiment je crois que le Kenya est un exemple en termes de foresterie, en termes de planting d'arbres et tout. Et nous avons planté un arbre pour vraiment immortaliser notre présence. Merci.
New Superstay Vinyl Ink from Maybelline, New York. Shake up your longwear with no budge vinyl color. Color lock formula. Up to 16-hour wear. New Superstay Vinyl Ink, Maybelline, New York.
The message I want to send to all activists from different countries worldwide is that they should never be silent, because silence kills. When there is something wrong, it is good for any activist to rise up and stand for the rights. That is the only way that we can deliver our countries in Africa and in the whole world. Thank you so much.
I'm so happy today because this is an historical moment for me to be in Karura Forest in Kenya. And as we always talk about tree planting, I was able to understand that it's not about tree planting, but it's about tree growing. So I'm challenging you, all my environmental activists, that we should start growing trees, not only planting trees. Thanks to Wangari Maathai for making this forest a nature park forest for people and for taking steps to make sure that environment is more sustainable for everybody. Thank you.
My name is Sylvia Washira. I'm the coordinator for the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, being held here at Kenyatta University Conference Center, Nairobi, Kenya. I'm super delighted and excited to be hosting lots of international guests from all over the world, from Latin America, Asia, Europe, and the whole of Africa. In this place, we have guests. We have participants here on physical participants from Colombia, Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, Asia, Malaysia, Indonesia, and also online we have other countries represented such as Brazil, Argentina, and other countries in the world. And there's super exciting activities happening here. The participants are also drawn from, we have scholars, PhD students, master students, we have farmers, we have local-based grassroots community activists. The activities that are happening here are very exciting. We have interactive lectures, we have group works, we have field trips. Recently we visited the forest to honor activists that have fought and sacrificed their lives to fight for climate justice, for our resources, natural resources for the future generations. So I invite you, all of you, and I ask you to watch out for the next summer school that is on climate justice that's going to happen soon, next year. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Phil Batagano. I chair the Kenya Interfaith Youth Network. I'm a youth activist, and I'm also a young digital activist under the Kenya Platform for Climate Governance with the patronage of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, that is the PACJA. I'm very happy to be a participant at the first ever Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. And my expectation is to come out of this. We've had a lot of engaging and informing discussions, and my biggest expectation is to become a better climate activist. Not just an activist, the one who you will see in the streets, but one who can use the information that I get to package it nicely to also spread the same information. How this training is going to benefit me? Number one is it's going to shape my outlook. Climate discussions or discourses like innovation and technology is a dynamic topic. It's a going concern. There are so many, there's a lot of information that keeps coming in, and I'm hoping to enrich and equip myself with some of the new shared learnings and knowledge that is on free flow during this school. Secondly, and the last one is I'm hoping to also bring on board, use this information to bring on board other young people so that we can become a community of climate change activists. Thank you so much.
À tous, je m'appelle Rokhaya Fall, je viens du Sénégal, dans la partie ouest africaine, dans la partie ouest africaine du continent. Je suis responsable de programme à l'ONG Action Solidaire Internationale. La raison de ma venue ici à ce summer school est que j'ai réellement envie de mieux comprendre le concept, la notion de justice climatique. Ça pourra me servir après à mieux comprendre les enjeux de cette notion et à mieux servir mon pays, notamment dans le cadre de la résilience et de l'adaptation, de l'atténuation des communautés dans le cadre de la lutte contre les changements climatiques. Merci beaucoup.
Selina Sanu, and I'm the head of programs for the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, PACJA. This has been really a wonderful session to have this training at Kenyatta University on climate justice. We are now almost winding down, coming to the summer school is coming almost to an end, and it's ending tomorrow with a very special day where we'll be talking about gender as a cross-cutting issue in climate justice. But it's also a day whereby most of the panelists will be women, women specialists and warriors of climate, gender and climate justice. So it's a crucial day for us to be able to be here tomorrow to follow that session to the very end as we close also the Nairobi Summer School training.
Special circumstances. The last IPCC report that came out confirms that fact. That
I am an environmentalist from the Gambia. I work with Young Volunteers for the Environment, and I'm here in Nairobi, Kenya, on the Nairobi Climate Justice Summer School. And my purpose being here is basically to build my capacity to learn about climate justice, which is actually gaining momentum in terms of addressing nature crisis and climate emergency. So I believe the knowledge and skills gained here will help me to better negotiate at the upcoming UNFCCC COP26, and also, of course, to be able to influence policy at the local level, because the local people definitely needs to amplify their voices, and we all cannot be here. So few of us that have the opportunity should always be able to represent the local people and make sure that whatever decision is to be taken is at their own interest, because they are not polluters. They are actually so innocent in the fight against climate change. So I am so happy to be here, and I do hope that by the end of this program, things will definitely change, and we will shape minds and influence those policies that the developed countries are actually unwilling to actually pay their climate debt. So climate justice now.
Hello, my
My name is Inonge Sakala.
Hello.
I am a climate justice
Can we settle? Let us kindly settle. If you don't see your neighbor, kindly ask them to come in, because we need to get started with the next session. So I kindly implore you to sit down. If you can't see your neighbor, kindly call them in the hall.
under the global platform. So basically, I'm very happy to be part of the Climate Justice Summer School, and I hope that everything that I'm learning from this summer school, I'll be able to take it back home to the other climate justice activists, so that they're able to also learn from my experiences here at the summer school. I also want to say thank you to PACJA for inviting Zambia and for allowing me to also represent my country. Thank you.
You can remove the mask. So, yeah.
Is it okay?
It's okay now. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is James Harera. I come from Rwanda, and I work for the organization called the Rwanda Climate Change Development Network. And I have very high expectations from this training. I think I will transform a lot of things when I'm back home, as regards renewable energy, as regards climate change activities, as regards forest depression. We should tackle all those to see that we really maintain climate change at a high level. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The defenders of environment.
From this side. Let's go by. Let's go by.
Okay, here we are planting this today in honor of Joanna Spesberry, who laid her life on the line to protect Mother Earth. And this tree we are planting today is a tree of hope that you can kill Joanna Spesberry, but you will never kill Mother Earth, and you will never kill the spirit. Never. So we are planting this tree in her honor.
To take in here, or to find, they can never be found. But the sun rolling high through the sapphire sky keeps great and small on the endless round. The sun
Viva Summer School, viva! Viva North Africa, viva! Viva West Africa, viva! Viva Central Africa, viva! Viva Eastern Africa, viva! Viva South of Africa, viva! Thank you so very much. I think we are now ushering in the second session, and this session is going to be moderated by my senior, and this is none other than Dr. Augustine Jamshi. Dr. Augustine Jamshi is actually the chair of Political and Technical Affairs Committee of PACJA Board, but he is also the executive director of an initiative that we refer to as Africa Coalition on Sustainable Energy and Access. Professionally, he is a lawyer, so when you hear raw language from him, you understand he's a seasoned and experienced lawyer. So, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to give him one round of applause as he takes the floor. Thank you so much, Augustine Jamshi. You have the floor.
Hello, good morning. Bonjour. Okay. I'll just end here. For those who don't speak French, please, for the first few minutes, put on your headsets. Look around, you'll find some. Bon, merci beaucoup tout le monde et sois le bienvenu ici à cette réunion de ce matin, ce symposium. Je pense que c'est vraiment important pour nous d'avoir ce genre de symposium sur le continent africain. Pour les petites histoires, l'Alliance panafricaine pour la justice climatique a été créée en 2008 pour démystifier le thème changement climatique. Étant donné que le changement climatique n'est pas seulement un problème environnemental, mais c'est économique, social et culturel. Nous avons décidé au niveau du continent africain d'avoir une plateforme de la société civile qui vont lutter pour la cause de justice climatique. En même temps, nous avons trouvé l'injustice au niveau des négociations internationales. Je m'explique. L'article 9 de l'accord de Paris dit le finance climatique, c'est ce financement qui sort des pays développés pour l'action climatique dans les pays en voie de développement. Ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire l'argent pour l'action climatique devait quitter les pays qui se sont développés et en se développant ont créé le problème du changement climatique pour l'action climatique au niveau des pays en voie de développement. L'action climatique est divisée en deux, soit l'atténuation ou bien l'adaptation. L'atténuation est l'action qu'on prend pour limiter l'émission de gaz à effet de serre qui sont à la base de ces problèmes du changement climatique. L'adaptation, c'est avoir la capacité de faire face aux conséquences néfastes du changement climatique. Or, l'accord de Paris a été signé en 2015 et nous sommes aujourd'hui en 2024, n'est-ce pas? Lorsqu'on regarde l'action climatique et même le financement du changement climatique en général, nous trouvons que l'adaptation est l'orphelin dans la chambre, dans la salle. Je m'explique. L'année 2022, il y a un recensement qu'on a fait au niveau des CPI pour voir le financement climatique en général. On a trouvé que le financement climatique entre 2019 et 2020 était au taux de 632 milliards de dollars. Mais vous imaginez le part de l'adaptation dans cette somme d'argent. C'était seulement 46 milliards de dollars. Et 15 milliards étaient pour les deux fonctionnements, c'est-à-dire l'adaptation et mitigation ou bien l'atténuation en même temps. C'est injuste. Parce que l'article 9 en même temps dit le financement du changement climatique devait cibler les priorités et les programmes des pays en voie de développement. Et 9.5 dit, 9.4, pardonnez-moi, dit l'argent pour l'adaptation, surtout dans les pays vulnérables, devait être en forme de dons, pas de crédits ou bien des prêts. Et il y a une publication qui va bientôt sortir. On a constaté que le financement pour le changement climatique, surtout pour l'adaptation dans les pays vulnérables en Afrique, 57% est seulement les prêts. Et c'est 47% qui est pour les dons. Ça, c'est injuste. Ça, c'est injuste. Comment il se fait que vous avez mis feu sur la maison de quelqu'un et après, au lieu de lui donner le don pour reconstruire, vous prêtez de l'argent sur l'intérêt. Ça, c'est l'injustice climatique. Comment il se fait que quelqu'un a eu sa maison brûlée par toi, au lieu de lui donner l'extincteur, vous êtes en train de vendre l'extincteur pour qu'il éteigne le feu que vous avez vous-même créé. Ça, c'est l'injustice climatique. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for a symposium on climate justice. And we need to know that it is this climate injustice that has pushed us to this level. We must continue to fight for climate justice. African governments, African people are sacrificing a lot to face the consequences of climate change. TFON published a report in 2022 entitled Dying to Adapt. They took 11 sub-Saharan African countries representing 350 million people. These countries are spending or will be spending 5 times their budget for climate adaptation than for health care. It means we are paying for climate change with our health. This is injustice. That's why we must fight for climate justice. As I said, there's a document that will be published very soon. The Development Assistance Committee donors of OECD spent money on LCDs, that is least developing countries of Africa. 57% of that money was in form of loans. Only 47% was grants. This means we are still going to be paying for, even for climate adaptation, in spite of the fact that Article 9.4 of the Paris Agreement says the climate finance should meet the needs and priorities of developing countries, and especially public and grant-based financing for vulnerable countries. Now, if Kenya borrows $1 million at a very concessional rate, right? Let's just say 1.4% to be paid after 40 years. They borrow $1 million. After 40 years, when they are paying, they will pay $1 million plus $14,000. At the end of the day, where is the climate finance moving from? It's moving from developing countries to developed countries, and that is against the Paris Agreement. That's what we call reverse flow. We need to fight. Article 34 of the Sharm el-Sheikh Plan of Implementation, which is the outcome document from COP27, says climate financing for developing countries, most vulnerable countries, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, are better in grants. This is not what we hear. This is not what we see. Loans, even at the most concessional rate, are still loans. At the end of the day, when you are paying the money is moving from the south to the north. Young people, are you afraid of criticism? Are you afraid to be criticized? Aristotle said, if you fear criticism, there's only one way of avoiding criticism. Do nothing, be nothing, and say nothing. Do you want to be that one? Okay. Mark Twain said, in 20 years from now, ladies and gentlemen, young people, you have more regrets for what you did not do than what you did. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the essence of climate justice. We need to continue to fight, okay? We need to continue to fight. Thank you for this opportunity to moderate this session. This session will not be long, but I think the speakers here will concentrate more on the issues of climate justice or climate injustice. I will ask the following people to come to the podium. I'll invite Dr. Ayele Kabedi from the program, who is the program manager for CEDA Regional Office in Africa, based in Addis Ababa. Please come to the podium. I'll call on my brother, Reverend Comrade Dr. Ezekiel Lesmore, Director of Programs for All African Conference of Churches. I will call on Honorable Jacqueline Amongin. She already introduced herself here, so no need for introduction, please. And I will call on Professor Kivutha Kibwana, former governor of Makwena County and UNFCCC COP-12 president. Last, but not the least, I will call on Honorable Charity Kadambi, in whose village we are found, and she is not allowed to sit down. She only has to come and stand here. I'll give you the floor, Honorable. Clap for her as she comes in.
Wow. Wow, this is a good day. I know before I finish the meeting, most of my sons and the daughters will be telling me the areas we should do some amendment. Anyway, how are you today? Climate change? Thank you very much. Sawa sawa, lakini for today, allow me, we come back to the topic. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed because of time. I'm Charity Kathambi Chepkonye, Member of Parliament, Joro Constituency, Nakuru County, Rift Valley. Let me thank the organizers for making sure that they have brought us here different people, different countries, with the purpose of a topic which is very important right now globally. I chair the Parliamentary Caucus on Conservation and Climate Change. And today I'm so much impressed and excited that when we talk about inclusion, we are making sure that our youths who are strong, who are ready to change this world, to make this continent better, to make this country better, to make the whole world better, they are today united for this purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, our sons and daughters, let me just say this in support of what our first presenter told us. You have a chance to take action. You have a chance to raise your voice. You have a chance to wake up everyone and remind one another that we are all suffering. Allow me to say this. Being a member of parliament from Kenya, Kenya has undergone a lot of challenge. The impact of climate change is real in the world, in this continent. Recently, when it was raining, we have lost lives. Myself, I lost 4 people. I lost just 2 girls, sisters in one school. I woke up, I lost a mother who was taken away from with the big rains and the floods. When we are talking about loss of livestock, Kenya has lost over 2.5 million. Therefore, the matters of climate change, it is real. And I'm so much excited that when I was seeing the people in this room, I realized we have women, we have youths, we have people living with disability. It means everyone is now has been called back. We are also invited as legislators. Apart from representation, legislation, the budgeting issues, we have now made a decision that we also have to take an action. It is also on this platform, I must say this, for the people who are presented other countries from other regions, we are also the first country in Africa continent to have a climate bill. We are also, as members of parliament, in this country it's also good to mention that we have 2 kinds of leaderships. We have the county government, we have also the national, with the National Assembly and the Senate. And with the planning which has been planned by this team, allow me to applaud them that we are now changing from the cities and going to grassroots. I appreciate that today we are in Ichuka University, and probably another time we shall find ourselves in different places. Why? Why am I applauding them? It is because when we come to these local areas, it is bring us other institutions and other stakeholders. Therefore, for me, I just came here to encourage, to support our youths, that your voice must be heard. And I like the way the presenter said, sometimes youths, when you get your chance, let us take an action. And I would challenge each one of us, what are we doing when we are talking about climate change? When we see drought, when we talk about food insecurity, when we talk about floods which are killing people, which are wiping, which action are we taking? When we see we are losing a lot of livestock, what are we doing? Therefore, for me, I came here as a legislator, as a champion of conservation, just to challenge all of us that apart from talking, this is the high time we took an action. All of us, we must walk the talk. And on this platform, I want to appreciate the late Madai. Once upon a time, she said, the nature will not forgive us. When we watch people destroying our forests, when the soil erosion is so much, when we have destroyed our farms, colleagues, the nature will not forgive us. But it is not lost. We can take an action. That's why I came here. That's why I came here. Therefore, for youths, this capacity building must make sure that when you are walking out of this place, you are changed than never before. I've been a youth also. I've been championing for matters of climate change and conservation. Even in 2015, I was not a member of parliament, but I was recognized nationally, given an award as a champion of conservation. What are you doing? When we are talking about climate justice, and I support what my colleague has said, today the world is so much polluted. Africa continent is the least polluter. Africa continent is the least polluter. When we are talking about climate change, I sometimes wonder, why is this finance? There's a lot of injustice. But allow me to appreciate what we are doing as a nation, what we are also, the president is also leading. And for Kenyans who are here, when we talk about 15 billion trees target, it is all of us. Why do we plant trees? I'm not a scientist, but I have some small knowledge. When we destroy forest, we know the impact. When we have more trees, we still know the impact. What are we doing about it? That way I appreciate all the professors in this room, all the lecturers in this room, all the people sitting here, that from today, what are we going to do? We have a target as a nation. It was 10% forest cover. But do we have it? Not yet. What are we doing? We might talk a lot of things, but what are we doing as an individual? I sometimes like walking in a meeting and I ask myself, before I appoint you, what am I doing myself? Therefore, I appreciate what we are doing myself. Even before I became a member of parliament, I was a youth, and I initiated so many programs to bring youth together, to bring children and women and the people living with disability, that I wanted I had a mission to say that I had a responsibility to make this world better and better for all of us. What are we doing, youths? Therefore, when I was invited in this meeting, I said I'll come, no matter the communication, no matter whatever come on the way, I must challenge one of you. That when you are walking out, when you are going back to your country, let us see heroes whom we are going to celebrate in the future. We have a chance, youths, to make this continent, this country, this world better, all of us. And I know what is going to make it happen. It is your voice and your action in your village. As I stand here before you, I have initiated programs in my schools purely to empower youths, to empower our children in the primary schools. I go to the institutions. I have also initiated income generating activities through youths. What do? Sometimes it is good to be honest as leaders without fear or favor. That not every person who is going to be employed in these offices you see everywhere, but we can employ ourselves, we can be better. I have so many youth groups, and the next time people who have come from different countries, when you come in this country next time, I'll even push the picture next time probably to hold the meeting in Egerton University, the biggest agriculture university in this country. Why am I saying that? So that you come and see what I do with youths like you. I empower them to raise 3 seedlings. And those 3 seedlings, I push the Minister of Environment to purchase from them so that they can get money, and at the same time, they are greening the country and they are making this country more better. What are we doing when we talk about the issues of pollution? Sometimes you are walking, you might be complaining, but you hold a bottle of water, you drink, you're so energetic, and you throw it on the road. We chew big G's and gums and we throw away. We come from villages where we have our great mothers and fathers who even don't know about pollution. They just throw things in the rivers, but you have a voice, you say nothing. Allow me to challenge each one of us that this is a calling call. We must change this country with action. When it was raining and the floods were all over, when my two girls were carried away by the rain, I was like, oh my God. We have been crying for the rain. It has taken my two girls, the poor girls I used to pay for the school fees. It is that painful. We must be serious. We must hold one another. We must unite with our purpose. And let me tell you, colleagues, let us not have a room of excuse that let them do. They are not the people to do. We are the people to do. We are the people to change this continent. Therefore, for today, youths, I also want to say what we do as members of parliament, apart from the legislation. We have, like in the country, what we call Constituency Development Fund. Among constituents elected, we have women reps who are elected from counties. We also have governors and senators in the counties. But for the CDF, for the love of conservation and also matters of climate change, we have what we call the environment part of it, where we get 2% out of the total amount of money we get in Constituency Development Fund. We have done even an amendment for the love to change this country, that we have even increased it from 2% to 5%. That is doing an assumption that out of 290 constituencies we have in this country, and each member of parliament probably could be setting aside 5 million Kenya shillings. How much is that? Mathematicians in the room. I'm just giving you an example. 290 constituencies. If each member of parliament could set aside 5 million Kenya shillings, how much is that, my colleagues? Oh, we all end seaplanes in months like myself. Very good. Hey, youths. The people answering, they are the people over 60 years. Then it means, I know you got what I got in Form 4. I just said 290 constituencies, 5 million Kenya shillings. Now, when you look at that amount of money, if it can be set, even to champion matters of climate change, we can have an impact. Therefore, my ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot we can talk. Let us also protect our oceans. Let us do marine conservations, where our parents also do fishing. They sell for them to get some amount of money. In general, I came here to tell all of us, we have a responsibility to take an action which is going to do matters of adaptations and mitigations. Therefore, strong team, when you are going back, take an action. The only way you can remember my talk, it's what am I going to do to make this country better. God bless you so much. I love you so much.
You see, she's running away.
Please allow me to go. I have a meeting in God bless you so much.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Honorable. She's not here to receive her clap, but I think we should still clap for her. She said one thing, we have to take action. And don't get climate justice wrong. Climate justice doesn't mean you must stay and let the person that caused the problem solve it for you. Now, I have a question. If a madman sets fire on your house, or not a madman, somebody just sets fire on your house, and you can put off the fire, will you try to put off the fire, or you will wait and say, I will not put off the fire because he has to pay for my house? What will you do? You try to put off the fire. That's the call from Honorable Charity. As young people, let's fight climate change, even though we did not cause the problem. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, he is the program director or manager of the CEDA Regional Office for Africa, based in Addis Ababa. Dr. Ayele Kabede has been with us as the Pan-African Climate Justice for the last couple of years, and they are supporting PACJA big time, amongst others. So we'd like to give the opportunity to Dr. Ayele to give us his remarks. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. Where shall I start? Good afternoon or good morning? Yeah, before getting into my formal speech, I would like to just read you one thing. While sitting in front of you, I was observing something. Follow me. When the phone tied with wire, humans were free. Now, the reverse is happening. Humans are tied with their phone, and the phones are free. Am I right? Just try to follow the procedures and get yourself free from your phone for a moment. As you can see from the program, I am here just to make a formal speech and to show solidarity for the program. So, again, allow me to read from my prepared speech. Dignitaries, professors, all protocol observed. I refrained to list down because some of our colleagues have already gone. As usual, I am excited and privileged to stand in front of you on the opening ceremony of the 4th cohort of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, representing my organization, the Swedish International Development Agency, SIDA. This is my 3rd attendance to make a formal remark, sadly remembering the 1st cohort that I missed only because of the travel restriction during the time of COVID. The Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice is one of the major components of the cooperation agreement signed between Sweden and PACJA under the flagship program Guard Africa. I am glad to learn that this year the program attracted quite a big number of participants, online and in person, from almost all African countries and beyond. To be honest, this is a big achievement. I know that the selection process is very challenging and competitive, and the logistic aspect of the program is another burden for PACJA. Congratulations to PACJA and its committed staffs for making this to happen. Please join me. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, last year, while making a remark in the 3rd cohort of the summer school, the main dialogue point was revolving around COP28, which was held in the UAE at Dubai. Now, the discussion continued revolving around the upcoming COP, which is set to be held in Baku, the capital city of Azerbaijan. Needless to mention that COP29, like its predecessors, will focus on advancing the goals of the UNCCC and the Paris Agreement. It's obvious that in all the COPs so far, and even in the upcoming ones, the world has been and will be making decisions about the future, addressing the stacked problems that we have been creating in the past and continue to do so nowadays. We know that the future is for the young people, for you brothers and sisters sitting in this room. And hence, decisions about the future should only be taken with you and for you. You are not only victims of the climate change, you are also valuable contributors to climate actions. If I am here to say only a sentence, I would prefer to remind you once again that the critical role you could play in shaping the continent's future is replaceable. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very recently I was reading a book review posted on the New York Times. The review was about a book written by Edward Pace with a unique title, Use Quake. Have you heard of this word? So far I only know earthquake. This is a new terminology to the vocabulary. Use Quake. Why he named his book Use Quake is the question. The term use quake is used to imply the significant cultural, political, or social change that occurs because of the actions or influence of young people like you. The book is a study of Africa's demographics, its use and its growth, and what they mean for the continent today and into the future. The book begins asking a question: why Africa demography matters to the rest of the world. We cannot deny the fact that astonishing change is underway in Africa, where the population is projected to nearly double to 2.5 billion over the next quarter of a century. That will be an era not only transform many of African countries, but also radically shape their relationship with the rest of the world. I'm trying to bring a different understanding to our discussion. We should not only consider Africa on the recipient side. There is untapped potential in Africa. One thing is its use, you. In 1915, Africans made up only 80% of the world's population. Century later, Africa will account for 1/4 of humanity and at least 1/3 of all young people aged between 15 and 24, according to the United Nations records. The median age on the African continent is 19. In India, the world's most populous country, it is 28. What does that mean? The median for India is 10 years older than that of Africa. In China and the United States, it is 38. What does that mean? The median for Africa is 20 years younger than that of China and the United States. The implications of this are immense, yet uncertain, and likely to vary greatly across Africa, depending on our management. A continent of myriad cultures and some 54 countries that covers an area larger than China, Europe, India, and the United States. When I read this statement, you have to go back to our high schools to check for the world map. What is the size of Africa? What is the real size of Africa then, according to my statement? It is bigger than the 3 listed continents. The Africa Climate Summit, which took place in Nairobi last year, not only galvanized those seeking to profit from the climate transition, but it also produced a confidence for a new narrative. Whether young Africans can truly tap the potential of the coming energy revolution depends on other factors, to not least the capacities of their leaders. These days, Africa is well known by the fact that it has millions of young voters and old leaders. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for many reasons over the recent years, SIDA has raised the level of its climate and environmental ambitions considerably. Sweden is always committed to contribute to meeting national and international climate and environmental goals, with, of course, a very growing concern to have a different understanding of development aid attached with trade. The global needs entail new demands to ensure a long-term perspective, transparency, effectiveness, and Swedish development assistance. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have been saying it in several instances. Please allow me to repeat it once again. SIDA is indeed very proud of the growth that we have seen at PACJA throughout the last 13 years of fruitful and impactful development cooperation. As a long-term partner, we have seen the natural growth of PACJA to become the largest and reliable civil society alliance advocating for climate justice with a robust governance structure. Should I complete the statement and you applaud it again? Let me read it once again. This is very important because I am standing here to show solidarity for the program. This is my core statement. I have been saying it in several instances because, please allow me to repeat it once again. SIDA is indeed very proud of the growth that we have seen at PACJA throughout the last 13 years of fruitful and impactful development cooperation. As a long-term partner, we have seen the natural growth of PACJA to become the largest and reliable civil society alliance advocating for climate justice with a robust governance structure characterized by a functional General Congress, Continental Board, and a Secretariat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I would like to take this opportunity to thank once again the dedicated staff of PACJA and its management for their excellent arrangement for holding the fourth court of the summer school as planned and for allowing me to deliver this remark on behalf of my organization, SIDA. I thank you.
Wow. The thanks are coming from the opposite direction. I thought it should come from us to SIDA. Thank you, SIDA, on behalf of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, for believing in us. And ladies and gentlemen, you have to note that these systems that are in place in PACJA were not there before SIDA gave us the support. They believe that if they support us fully, we can build good systems, and it is growing. So, thank you for believing in us, SIDA. Thank you again. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance is a platform of civil society organizations, youth, women, indigenous people, and most of all, faith-based communities. In the fight for climate justice, it can be done without the moral voice of the continent. Permit me welcome to this podium Dr. Ezekiel Lesmore. We call him Comrade. He's a reverend pastor and a comrade in the struggle. Lesmore is Director of Programs at the All-African Conference of Churches. You are welcome, Doctor.
Before I make my address, may I invite us all to stand for a moment of silence in recognition of our siblings, sisters and brothers, mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters that have been affected and killed by climate change. Let's observe a moment of silence in their honor. May God of justice grant them eternal rest. Amen. Remain standing. Now we would all be activists because we are here to radicalize one another. What do you want? What do you want? I think you can do better than that. What do you want? What do you want? When do you want it?
Now.
When do you want it?
Now.
When do you want it?
Now.
And now. Please be seated. And to add to that, to our call for climate justice, please add that silence is violence. When you are silent in the face of injustice and brutality and destruction of the Mother Earth, you are guilty as charged. So remember, we cannot be conscripted into the conspiracy and theory of silence in the name that, no, we are people of some kingdom. So remember that. Your Excellencies, I choose to address all of us here as Your Excellencies. You know why? Because I expect, and the faith community that we all represent in one way or the other, require that when you step out of here, your actions will be excellent. We find it very difficult when you find someone who is addressed as Your Excellency or Honorable, but they are yet thieves. That is the reality we are faced with in the continent, and that is why today we are suffering from climate catastrophe. Oftentimes we are told that as religious people, whether you are a Muslim or a Christian, a Buddhist, a Hindu, or you belong even to the African traditional religion, you are told that don't step into the sphere or the political sphere and talk. But we are saying no. Because you cannot say that we should prepare people for Jannah, we should prepare people for paradise, and yet when our Mother Earth is burning and being destroyed by greed, by thieves that we call leaders. That is the reality we are faced with. So when we talk about climate justice, issues of climate change are matters of life and death to us. So therefore, issues of climate change cannot be politicized, cannot be economized, cannot be commercialized, cannot be objectified. Because it's a matter of life and what? And death. And if it is a matter of life and death, all of us have a responsibility to be on the path of story of life, not story of death. No wonder in the Christian text that talks about John chapter 10 verse 10, it says the thief comes to steal, to kill, and to what? check through the Vedas, whether you look at the Quran, we are all reminded that we are committed to life-affirming actions and practices. And when you act differently, you are a thief. You have come to steal, to kill, and to destroy. And that is what has characterized negotiation around climate change. Because many people that are found in negotiations around climate change are nothing but thieves. You see them acting. Look at the commitment. Look at what my brother Augustine mentioned here. The analysis in terms of climate financing. Even the Nairobi summit we had last year, we were celebrating that it is indeed a summit for Africa. But did we get what we wanted? Suddenly they start introducing carbon market to us. Suddenly they kept us busy discussing something different, not lost and damage. We must demand for climate finance that address loss and damage. So when we talk about faith, we are looking at the intersectionality of faith. What is our faith inviting us to do? What is our faith calling us to do here and now? And you go further into science. That is where we talk about the intersectionality of faith, the academia, the scientists, or you're looking at even militarization. Last week, I was with our brothers and sisters in the Pacific Ocean. In the last 50 years in the Pacific, whether you're talking about Samoa, whether you're talking about Vanuatu, whether you're talking about Tuvalu or Solomon Island or Marshall Island, Sao Tome and Principe, and all of that. Do you know what happened in the last 50 years to yesterday? The ocean has been used for nuclear testing. Can you imagine the radiation? That is why if you look at the issues relating to cancer infection, the prevalence is higher there because of their exposure to radiation. How can communities has been displaced because of the nuclear testing? Yes, we're excited. We hear that Kenya is talking about being a nuclear center. Is Kenya prepared for that, to be honest? Professor Kibuna, where are you? Oh, you are here. Is Kenya really ready? That, for example, how can we dispose some of the residues? Look at the predisposing factors that our health is being, our biodiversity has been destroyed, and it is being destroyed in the name of capital. That is why some of us are rejecting and refusing to accept that. What economic system that seeks to give premium to capital than the welfare of people? What sort of economic system are we talking about? You talk about neoliberal economic system. What neoliberal economic system that have continued to make Africa a poor nation? Look, you will remain poor because the economic system have dictated it that you will remain poor. So, Pakja, you are doing a great job. On behalf of the All Africa Conference of Churches and the Africa Faith Actors Network for Climate Justice, can you imagine? Faith leaders, Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, Hindus, African traditional religion, we are saying we cannot be silent anymore. And that is why we are confident, we are excited to work closely, hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder with Pakja. To demand for accountability, to demand for responsibility, to demand for integral leadership, collegial leadership by our leaders. Unfortunately, we elect people, they get there, they become something else. Jacqueline, I hope you are not one of them. So friends, your excellencies, you are here to be radicalized so that when you get out of here, you can change the narrative about our continent, Africa, and the world. This is possible with each one of you. We can all commit to be change agents, and it is possible. Our academia have a responsibility. You have to decolonize the academic. You have to decolonize our educational system. I cannot imagine to sit in a class of economics and I'm still being told about Adam Smith. I will say, no, I want to hear about African economy. So I am happy I have Vice Chancellor. I myself am an academic. Anyway, I am coming back here to engage with you on the 4th, so we will talk. I thank you.
That's for you. Alors, quel bonheur. Voilà pourquoi nous sommes ici. La question justice climatique ou bien le changement climatique n'est pas limité aux environnementalistes, comme j'avais dit dès le début. On ne pouvait pas avancer sans ces voies morales. Il y a de temps en temps, on dit aux prêtres ou bien les évêques de ne pas se mêler dans la politique. Mais comment ils peuvent rester dans les églises en voyant le peuple souffre de l'injustice? Ce n'est pas possible, n'est-ce pas? Donc, il faut applaudir encore pour Les Morey. Mesdames et messieurs, chers jeunes camarades, I'm getting old and I'm not yet the leader of tomorrow that they told me. Don't be fooled this time around. The future is today. The future is today. This is your generation. The future is today. She went to parliament at the age of 25. She has championed youth activism. She has championed environmental cause. She was a member of parliament in her native Uganda, became a member of parliament at the Pan-African Parliament, and currently she's a member of parliament in the East Africa Legislative Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me welcome Honorable Jacqueline Amungin, or comrade as well.
Okay, all protocol observed, and definitely after Lesmo speaking, I am already jealous that the room is biased. He has taken all the marks, so clap for him. And you know, he's done this for quite some time, and he's also knowledgeable. And of course, merging the Bible with knowledge, then you have a complete person, right? So we applaud all the speakers who have spoken prior, And let us give them a big hand clap. So, what do we want now? And when do we want it? So when you go, you want it before lunch? Because climate justice talk, the work is a continuous process. You can say now, but you must do something. Even when you're tweeting, most times I meet people who are saying we are activists and all that, but when I go to their pages, social media, because social media can tell me who you are. I'm a young, actually I graduated from being a youth. I realize now I'm getting older. But when I go to their social media, everything they're talking about is so different. So if you're a champion, I want to see that henceforth you're going to talk about climate justice everywhere you go, and it should be a continuous process, right? So how many of us are going to be activists? Are already? No, I don't like that way of raising hands. Because as young people, for me, I was taught when I was at university in Makerere, always stand out of the crowd, that is it. So when they tell me who is ready to do this, I am the first because I know what I want. So how many of us are going to remain silent? Raise up your hands. No. Yes, I know what I'm asking. How many of us are going to remain silent? Raise up your hands. And how many, because of the injustice that we are facing, not only as a continent of Africa, but globally we are the most affected. How many are saying we are going to stand up? And standing up means taking action in different ways. Can you raise up your hands? Thank you for those who have raised your hands. Could you clap for yourselves? And for those who have not raised your hands, I actually don't know what you came to do here. You are as good as marching outside because I've seen you. So clap for yourselves again, those who raised your hands. Pastor Ezekiel is here, and I'm told what you testify, right, on earth is what will happen when you go to heaven. For those who believe in God, like I do, I know that already those who raise their hands, there are those who are going to go and be our champions globally. Like Dr. Jamishi was talking about the time I went to Parliament. How many people are 25 here? 25 years. And 25 and below. And below. Okay? And how many are 30 and below? Okay? Okay, 40 upwards. All right. So sampling in this room, it means that majority of the people here are in the most active age. Are in the most? So by now, by the fact that you just picked, maybe you applied online for this program, or otherwise, by the fact that you just took an action and said, I want to be part of the 2024 cohort-IV, and you were taken up to be in Kenya today, please applaud yourself. You're a great person. And I know there are those people who don't like clapping and they just concentrate on their phones. Please, if your neighbor has a phone, just grab it and keep it. You're live streaming. Okay, so I forgive you. Although the internet here is not very, very good, so I'm wondering which internet, Wi-Fi you're using. However, I want to assure you when you're here, this is a great platform. I am making 40 soon. Yes, that is how old I'm getting. And in my age, at least I've won like 4 medals. globally forward. Do you know why? I won the Mandela Washington Fellowship Medal for climate activism. I won the Young People's Medal for climate activism, young women. I have won so many recognitions, even in Uganda. So, when you get here as young people, this is not just a platform for just coming and it's a platform for sharing ideas, networking, and going home and understanding what you're able to do in Senegal, in Sao Tome and Principe, because I'm told there are 8 or 9 countries here, in Kenya, in Uganda, I mean, this is a great platform, and for me, this is my second time to come to address the use of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. And I can assure you, if you don't invite me for this platform, I will demand for it, Pakja, because this is the greatest platform I've known of. I came to this platform last year, but this time I've been moving around the globe. Everywhere I go, I get young people, and they are saying they are alumni of the Nairobi Summer School. They are the ones in the panels. They are the ones, they have initiatives. They are active. They are doing some work. And you, what are you going to do? But because the world suffers, not because of the ignorance of the people, but the silence of the majority who are knowledgeable and are quiet. So where are you going to be? Among the majority, the ignorant and the silent, or those who are going to demand accountability from your governments first? I don't want to instigate. I heard the members of Kenya saying reject. The good thing, you have not told that to me, because, and I wouldn't want to take side right now by saying also reject. But I know where the majority are shouting, that's the direction I would go as a politician, naturally. Because as a politician, this job that I'm holding for the last almost 15 years, it's not because I went to school. I'm an environmentalist professionally. I did law. I'm a professional in environmental law. But I'm voted by the majority to defend and protect their interests and rights. So, for me, where the majority go, and I'm able to assess and analyze, I'll go with them, because they are my voters. And they want to, their dreams, they want their interests to be implemented. And that's the reason I'm in parliament, to represent the majority. The interests of the youth, the interests of the women, the disabled, the men, everyone is being represented once you're elected to be a member of parliament. So in this issue of climate justice, inclusion is very key. Now, majority of the people here have already talked about the different frameworks that have been put in place. But if young people are not in, if the women are not in, then we are doing nothing. And that's why I want us to give a big shout to Pakja. That's not a big shout. Maybe I didn't mention it well. I meant, can you give a big shout to Pakja for the great initiative? I was telling you about networking. Despite the fact that I'm a member of parliament, despite the fact that I went to school, but my mentor in this whole sector is here with us, and there are 2. Plus more others, but at least I can mention 2 who have mentored me. When they met me in parliament, we walked the journey together. And that is none other than Michika Mwenda from Pakja. And that is none other than Jamishi Augustine from Pakja. So therefore, when you're here, don't just underrate anybody. And it doesn't matter who you are. This is a platform where we have to network because the world is evolving very fast and we must work together. The loners, you will run, but you won't reach there. But as a team, you get there. So for now, as a continent and all those countries that are affected most, because as you realize, the whole of Africa, 54 countries. I used to represent Uganda in the Continental Parliament, 54 countries. The whole of Africa, we just meet almost less than 4% on global stage. But we are the ones who are the most hit by the climate injustice. Injustice brought about by the global emitters. And then when you live here, you're going to just keep quiet. Put your government to account on how they are moving on with prioritizing their resources for climate action, inclusion, and how your government is putting global emitters, the G20, the US, the China of this world, and they name them. Because every day we are actually, thank you, Ayele. I hope I pronounce your name well. We have been deviated from the real action within the CCC arrangements. At least I have been in COP now for almost 5. I think if I succeed and I go to Azerbaijan, it will be the 6th COP I'm attending. Yes, someone will accompany me. Thank you. Please take note of your name so that I will be accompanied by someone. But we have been deviated. We've diverted from the real mission. Africa, despite talking about loss and damage, adaptation, we have to adapt. We have to... There's so many terminologies that are being negotiated on. At the end of it all, there's nothing we need. As per the Paris Agreement, already Article 9 talks about the developed countries paying to the least developed countries because of the action they did to cause this global injustice on climate. So when we go to COP, we now go to, there are terminologies that sometimes I don't even understand. Every time there are new what? Terminologies. But let me tell you, friends, all we need is resources. All we need is, I appropriate money in parliament. I appropriate money in parliament. I appropriate money to the different votes in the parliament. In the previous 5 years, I sat on the Committee of National Economy of the Republic of Uganda, loans. You find that government is getting money. When they announce this global financing, at the end of it all, in your countries, it comes as loans, indirectly meant for climate action. So at the end of it all, most of the countries are going bankrupt, trying to attend to climate-related issues in country through loans. And then they are saying money is coming to Africa. How? There's nothing like that. The issue that we want throughout all this negotiation is money. Without money, we are just going there for clubbing. It's a club of experts. Club. A club of very smart people in smart suits. So the young people, I know 10 years from now, I will not even be any more closer to being a young person. It will be my sons who are very tall. Actually, right now, they are even taller than me at the age of 12 and 13, who will be talking about climate change and maybe taking action. But right now, the chance, the ball is in your hands. You either take it or deviate from it. And taking action does not mean you... So some of us will be like, I was talking to the summer school youth of last year. And after I addressed them, one of them said, but what should I do now? Because I don't know exactly what I should go and do in my country. Then I said, but were you in when people were speaking? He said, yes, I was in, but I don't understand. What am I going to do? Now, let me tell you, when I was in Uganda and I was a student at the age of 24, what I used to do is to just do advocacy, tree planting. I would take students to my district because I come from a low land, a flat land, and people are cutting trees. I would advocate for local governments to include ordinances in terms of afforestation, to discourage deforestation. All those are actions you are taking. Do not wait for the president of your country or for your member of parliament. Elected leaders, every one of us is a leader in his or her own right. Even in your family, you're a leader. In my constituency, one time you went to Uganda and crossed to Ngora, every homestead has tree seedlings, trees that are now 15 years old, planted by me, at least not less than 5. Every homestead. And I would inspect it. Now, this whole trajectory of talking about carbon markets, as a member of parliament, when such comes up, carbon credits, now I'm looking at the regulation. Where are the regulations? Who are the beneficiaries? Who are the what? This is deviation from the facts. We need the money in Africa. We need the money in the least developed countries so that we are able to adapt to the different climate changes. When most of you here think that being an activist, you need to be an environmentalist. You don't need to. How many teachers do we have here, apart from professors? Can you raise up your hands? How many lawyers? How many doctors? So just know, you don't have to be a professional environmentalist. Climate change issues cut across all our modus operandi, our day-to-day lifestyle. Do you know that if we are talking about just migration, it's expected that by 2050, 1.2 billion people will be displaced from their localities, both internal and outside, because of the diverse effects of climate chaos. That would mean excess refugees. Do you know that arable land in Africa, Africa is the food basket of the world? Almost now 70 to 80% of the land in Africa is degraded. So what are you going to do as young people? We are talking about tripling renewable energy by 2030. But Africa, do we have the capacity? Aren't we only assembling the solar panels? Capacity? I mean, there's a lot to unpack when it comes to climate action and climate justice within the continent. And as young people, it's now or never. It is what? It's now or never. For me, I don't postpone. Actually, some people think I'm aggressive, and I don't think I am anymore. Because when I was aggressive, I was a student in the University of Makerere. I would mobilize university students. Within 2 days, the whole street of Kampala is packed like this. And everyone would wonder, who is this girl? And I didn't have resources. I was in the guild. I would just connect with the guild presidents, blah, blah, and we were already in the streets. And the president and everyone in Uganda would wake up and say, hey, let's attend to these students' issues. So that should be the area that you should be interested in. Legislations. Let me tell you, right now, I chair the African Parliamentarians Network on Climate Action. In Africa, or actually, right now, we only have now, so far, 8 countries. After we have pushed and pushed, the first country was Kenya, then followed by Uganda. Because I was at the Continental Parliament, I went and moved the bill in the Parliament of Uganda. Now followed by South Africa, Nigeria, just 8 out of the 54 of our member states have a law on climate change. Some do not even have any law on renewable energy. So if you're coming from Gambia, for example, because I know Gambia doesn't have, Benin doesn't have, Mozambique doesn't have, Start from there. Call your members of parliament and say, as young people, we need this as a law, because we cannot you cannot appropriate resources when there is no policy. Can you? So, as a young person who is now informed, what are you going to do? So, legislations are very key. And with legislations, we are able to champion and advocate for people's interests, including appropriation for resources for the young people. So, what I would like to emphasize to the I was a Mandela Fellow, but now to the cohort-IV of the Summer School of Climate Justice. Let us all stand to be counted. When you live here, you can be counted in your household, you can be counted in your village, you can be counted in your institution where you're working. You can be anything you want to be, wherever you want to be, but as long as you stand up. If you remain quiet and seated and you have gone through this, we want to thank CEDA for sponsoring this program. How I pray it never ends. Please clap for CEDA. Because in so doing, we are building a strong force who will be champions for climate action in the different parts. Tomorrow I will meet you as PSCs, I'll meet you as honorable members, I'll meet you as civil society activists in your different engagements, and I will meet you as decision makers. You're going to be the future negotiators. If you believe, say amen. Amen. If you don't believe, just keep quiet. So with those few remarks, I wouldn't want to say that they are really few, but they always told me, my grandfather always told me that whenever anybody speaks, because they speak so many things, some are uncoordinated, but at least pick one thing that you'll go with, because everyone has something that brings, that you can learn from that person. So, having spoken to you and to the young people, let us not forget our dream. Because normally, I quote Frank Fanon, and that is my quote actually. Frank Fanon ignited me. If we are talking about injustice in climate, and you have already understood our vision and our mission, not only as a continent, but as the world, is to ensure that at least we reduce on the different climate-related effects in our countries. Go and take action. And Frank Fanon once said that every generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its historical mission and either fulfill it or betray it. The ball is in your hands. I thank you for your kind listening.
I thought Honorable Jacqueline will have more hands than what. She gives hope. Okay? She's a typical example of that youth that did not stand up only. She stood out. You know, we can all stand up. I'm not asking you to stand up. We can all stand up, but those who make the difference are those who stand up and stand out. Okay? Will you stand out? Thank you. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in 2006, the Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change took place in Kenya, in Nairobi. In each country where we have the conference of the parties, the minister in charge of environment is normally expected to be the conference of the party's president. He is not only an academic, he's a politician, a father, a mentor of liberation. Permit me welcome the former governor of Makwene County and COP-12 president, a mentor of nearly every activist in Kenya, in the person of Professor Kivutha Kibwana. Please stand up for him. Please stand up as we chair him to the podium. He's here with us. We are not dreaming. Please, may you take your seats. Welcome, Professor.
What do we want? What do we want? When? Okay. Because I think all the protocols have been mentioned. You know, the last three speakers, we share some things, and the other things we don't share. Or maybe one thing that we don't share. Ayele was in civil society before coming to work for Swedish SIDA. And I was in civil society for many years. Pastor Ezekiel, Dr. Ezekiel, we share the fact of, although I'm a lawyer like Jackie, I also have done a course in theology for about 3.5 years. And we share the fact that I'm also a lawyer. But one thing that I don't share with them is their fire. I am a bit soft-spoken, so you will bear with me as I say a few things. I'm indeed very, very privileged for the second time to participate in this cohort 4 of the Nairobi Summer School. And I think it's very instructive that the theme that they chose, PACCHA chose, is igniting youth power for enhanced global solidarity on climate justice. So this is extremely intentional in terms of saying what can the youth of Africa do, continue to do, so that they are critical actors in this quest for climate justice. And I am very pleased because this is now the 4th time PACCHA is doing this. And at the end of the 2 weeks, there will be about 1,800 people, or let us say 2,000, who will have gone through, let alone those who are doing online, but those who will have gone through this very important program. And I think what is also important, as far as I'm concerned, is they not only involve participants from the continent, from Africa, but they also include participants from other countries of the world, because climate justice is a global issue. So Africa cannot say that they are going to get involved on their own and get the results that are expected. And looking at the documents of PACCHA, one thing that I liked is the fact that in terms of their goals, like to be an African platform of civil society organizations to make information available, to find strategies, to engage with African governments and other important stakeholders, and to stand for justice and fairness in the international climate change dialogue, as well as creating sustainable development processes in order to protect both the climate, the human rights, and the proper growth. So in these 2 weeks you're going to be here, you can see that particular focus, the focus of information, making sure that you really improve what you know, because people are not coming here as tabula rasa, as people who don't know. People are even actors in this particular field. But from my experience, I know that people who have gone through this course get further information to fortify them in their future work. And that is why for both Mirika, Agustin, and your collaborators, you have really done Africa proud by co-creating a climate justice network, which is probably one of the most critical, as has been mentioned earlier, in terms of mobilizing debate, analysis, what to do about climate justice insofar as Africa is concerned. And part of what you will be doing or are already doing, just like PACCHA does, is to help African governments in their engagement within the global climate justice dialogue. That is one thing that PACCHA has consistently done, and we have been informed that people who have been through this program have actually gone ahead to participate in the COPs in any initiative, global, regional, national, where climate change issues are being canvassed. People have, from this program, have been able to go there and to really assist their governments. And that is one of the things that PACCHA does, and you will be expected to dig into that particular work. PACCHA has been very instrumental in terms of helping these governments to articulate national policies, laws, strategies, both at national level and at the subnational level, because this area, and I think previous speakers have, and as you go through this course, previous speakers have said so, climate change, climate justice, you know, it's technical. And many legislators, many politicians will pretend to know what is involved in this particular area. But sometimes when they go to some of these international conferences, they elect to do more shopping than conferencing. So you know you have work cut out for you in terms of familiarizing yourself with what is the law at international level, the policies, the programs, and the terminologies, and all that kind of together. And like PACCHA brings experts together to help these, you know, governments, and even sometimes to argue with them and to advise, this business of carbon markets is not really going to help. So that is why you have to be very familiar with this terrain so that you can talk authoritatively and persuasively. And of course, PACCHA is very instrumental in terms of saying how the African climate justice agenda can be implemented. And the networks, for example, that they have of even grassroots organizations with farmers, with everybody, it means making sure that you implement up to the very local level, as our member of parliament said, in terms of even from the very household to the village, so that really it's very pervasive. So I think it's very, very, very important, and this has been repeated by Ayele when he talked about the youthquake. By 2025, about a quarter of the youth population in the world will be from Africa. That's next year. So those are many people. You are many people, and because you are many people, you have to understand you are many people. And you have to understand that if you remain on the sidelines, whether it's climate change, whatever it is, then your continent will miss out, and you will miss out. And there will be nobody to complain to because you are the majority. So if you are the majority and you miss out, then there is, you know, a problem. Let me just emphasize something that I touched on briefly, and also various speakers also did so. In what I consider to be my earlier incarnation, as has been mentioned, I was a Minister for Environment and Natural Resources in Kenya for about 2 years. That's how I got to be president of COP-12. And the reason why I was chosen to be the Minister of Environment was many politicians, the older ones, when they were asked to take that docket, they would say it's too complicated. I'm going to be a fool when I go to those international places and I don't know what they're talking about. So you'd better give it to the professor. Even if he has not done environmental law, at least he may be able to make some sense out of, you know, out of that. And it is true that it's a complicated area in terms of understanding, you know, all those conventions and all those, you know, institutions and so on. And that therefore means that when you want to be impactful in this area, you have to make sure that you have real knowledge. There's no shortcut. So that when you sit on a table, at whatever level, you are in dialogue with whoever else is sitting at that table, and they will know we can't tell them things that are not correct, and they'll just accept and will continue doing the negative things that we do. So I think I just want to say that perhaps as you go through these 2 weeks, for me, from previous experience, I do believe they are actually potentially life-changing if one takes them as seriously as, and you have come from far. So when you come from far, most of you, there's no reason not to really take this seriously. It was very competitive. You're already in the market. You're doing these things. So when one takes them seriously, I think you can be adequately equipped to participate anywhere, and you will be standing on your feet, and people will respect you, and you will assist the continent, and that the others who are here of your age, you will be able to do great things together because that is what is required. So there's that question of really making sure that you have adequate knowledge from this meeting, afterwards, all the time, because it's a very rapidly changing area. So you have to keep on, you know, ensuring that you are relevant. This work and I think this is something you know, requires partners among yourselves. So you've come here, you'll make friendships, you'll exchange contacts. There are those who have been in cohort 1 to 3, and there will be a way of you knowing who they are, so that you make networks and you can ask what is happening in another country. What can we gain from there? Just like the Member of Parliament said there are some countries where certain laws are not there. So that you can say, why don't you give us that? Why don't you tell us what you did to arrive at it? And I think in these 2 weeks, there are strategies. You're kind of, you learn how to strategize and get certain things to happen. It is my hope, Agustin and Midhika, it is my hope that you will help the cohorts from number 1 to now 4 to you help them to create or found the African Youth Network for Climate Justice, as you did the African Coalition on Sustainable Energy in 2016. Because such a network would enable coalition, would enable this voice to be amplified, and that would benefit the continent under your umbrella. And of course, SIDA is here, and SIDA, you know, can take an interest in that kind of African Youth Network for Climate Justice. In your countries, there are national platforms of PACCHA. So I think even now you're getting into them, you're plugging into them, so that you have that support system to continue your work, because most of you are already in various areas, you know, already doing climate justice work. So those national platforms, in my view, are important venues for engagement. Again, I think working at the subnational level, when like in Kenya, they have, or we have counties. In other places, there's a federal structure or regional structures. I think it's very important, because at the end of the day, that is where the damage really occurs. And that is what causes the poverty that was being described, and is present on the continent. So I think that's a very important place to really do significant work. And Peter, who was here in Floka, this idea of making available resources so that those resources are targeted at the very local levels, and the NGOs which are there, and all those organizations which are there are helped to do work. I think that is quite an important thing to do. I think everybody has emphasized that you are not just working at that national level, regional level, you're also working in the global platform, because that's where the change must be forced, so that we stop being victims, and therefore the question of the resources needed to redress what has been occasioned by particularly the developed countries can be redressed. I think again in your countries, I think it's important to continue to anybody who is relevant in terms of your work. When you work together, there is synergy, and that is really an important thing. So as I promised, I am not as fiery as my colleagues, but I wanted to focus perhaps a little on what are practical things that will assist us in terms of this work which the country is crying, the continent is crying for. And maybe as I conclude, I forgot to also say something we share. She started, she was MP at 25. I was a lecturer at the University of Nairobi, a law lecturer at 23. So we kind of share that as much. But sometimes I don't say a lot because... let me read a poem. Midika, do you allow me to read a poem? Yeah. This is to conclude because of time. I wrote this one so that it's clear. It was not written recently. I wrote it in 2021 in a book called These Words. And actually it is Youth Seed, dedicated for the youth of Africa. And I thought because the youth of Africa are here, maybe I should read this poem. If Africa is eclipsed by a dark continent, the sun to beam humankind's oasis of civilization is a swarming rays of youth. Some say Africa's youth is unschooled, restless, boisterous, uncouth, high voltage. However, young people are the eternal reservoir for nourishing Africa's modernity. If the continent and our youth fail to enact a symbiotically binding social contract, we have entombed Africa alive. How many generations must we miscarry before we can procreate seminal life? In traditional Africa, when fire died from the hearth, a child was sent to a neighbor's to borrow fire. Mother Africa, you must dispatch your youth corps to retrieve fire from society's ashes so as to illuminate and warm Azania. The youth's essence, our energy, inspiration, vitality, creativity, resilience must never again be hijacked. Young persons must renounce the culture of youths for hire. Instead of degrading itself in wild orgies, youth must turn healer. Its spirit must soak Africa, become the miracle remedy of our cancers, union of Africa's body and soul. Youth must gather its talents. Youth must conserve its latent force. Youth must own itself. Youth must purify itself. Youth must organize. Youth must mobilize. The world is the youth's subdue. Youth must command the world. The tremor of young people's power, which will smash Africa's barren past, which will reassemble Africa's majesty, is rumbling. Listen, prepare, give way. Victory is as certain as sunrise. Africa must endearingly embrace our youth. Youth must draw Africa to his loving heart. Africa must palaver with our youth. Youth must make conversation with youth. Youth must dialogue with Africa and the world. Africa must befriend our youth. Youth must reinvent love. Youth must proclaim, we must live love. Youth must transform itself, worthy heir of Africa's struggle tradition during its pilgrimage to Africa's bosom. Africa's youth must open its eyes to survey the panorama of opportunity as it prepares to awaken the snoring, lethargic, proverbial giant. Africa's renaissance is youth renaissance. Africa's youth, the future is here. The future is the present. The future is now. How can there be ignorance if there is youth? How can there be division, disunity, and discord if there is youth? How can there be betrayal if there is youth? How can there be hatred if there is youth? How can there be despair and despondency if there is youth? How can there be disbelief if there is youth? How can there be poverty if there is youth? How can there be war if there is youth? How can there be no community if there is youth? How can there be disempowerment if there is youth? from this moment to God's eternity, each young person, just like every African woman or man, must count a precious human being. Youth are the designers of the fresh, each person counts society. You're either for the youth, the people, Africa, or you're against them. Youth must rightfully demand equity through a share of Africa, Africa's resources, the market, income, wealth, and well-being. Youth must guarantee African governance is chiefly governance by the youth, of the youth, for the youth, and others. Africa, you must now pass the leadership baton to the youth generation. Youth must hold society in trust for the people of Africa, because youth is custodian of the continent's spirit of liberty. Youth must stand tall and erect on the crossroads of ancient, modern, and future Africa, because youth are the eyes through which Africa will encounter Afro-optimism. Youth must birth our Africa. Always remember, sacrifice, pleasure, pain, blood, and joy are companions of every noble birth. Youth of Africa, your Africa is waiting. Don't keep our people slaves any longer. Unchain their mind. Let them be truly free at last. Africa and your youth, where is your redemption anthem? Thank you. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? When? Now. When do you want it? Viva! Viva the youth of Africa!
Wow. What a nice, beautiful way of ending a session. I got a new word, Afro-optimism. Afro-optimism. Can you say that again? Optimism. Afro-optimism. When Africans are looked upon like uneducated, uncoordinated, emotional, and what have you, the word Afro-optimism comes to cancel everything. Thank you, Professor. Now, you have come, you've seen, you've heard. When you go back home, if summer school were to end now, you have something to take back home. It is your right to participate in climate decision making at all levels. When you go to the Ministry of Environment and ask, where is the adaptation money that you borrowed from the World Bank? Where is it going to? Is it going to that mother, your grandmother? Or is it staying in the offices to feed the pockets of politicians? I have nothing against them. I intend to be one in the near future. And they give you the information. It is not a favor. It is your right. Principle 10 of the Rio Declaration is to the effect that sustainable development can only be attained if citizens have access to information, participate in decision making, and have access to justice when these rights are infringed upon. Article 6 of the UNFCCC, that's the convention, encourages civil society and other stakeholders to bring innovative ways of educating and taking climate action. Article 12 of the Paris Agreement calls on everyone, parliamentarians, civil society, the youth, women, to take climate action. How can we take climate action when we are not informed? How can we take climate action when we are not allowed to participate in climate decision making? So when you move from here, do crazy things. Ask for accountability. As Gandhi said, Mahatma Gandhi said, first they will ignore you. Then they will laugh at you. Then they will fight you. And then you win. Go and fight. Do those crazy things. They will first ignore you because it's youthful exuberance. They will laugh at you because you are crazy, you seem crazy. Then when they see that it's serious, they start fighting you. But what do? You will win. Go home and win. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, what do you want? What do you want? When do you want it? When do you want it? Professor said he does not share something with us because he does not have that fire. He's just being humble. While we may be fire that is seen from white flames, he's the blue flames. Because in that humility, there is fire that is hotter than the white flames. The father of reject. So, again, thank you very much, Professor. We are honored to have you here, still looking after us. Merci, mesdames et messieurs. Nous avons arrivé au thème de cette session. Je pense que nous avons été honorés par la présence des éminents professeurs, politiciens et scientifiques. Donc, si jamais on terminait cette école d'été aujourd'hui, je pense que nous avons gagné quand même quelque chose. Le but de cet événement, c'est de nous encadrer, de nous encourager. Malgré les difficultés qu'on aura en face, il faut forcer, il faut pousser jusqu'à la fin. Merci beaucoup et à bientôt. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Augustine Jamshi. Thank you so much for moderating the session. Let's clap for our panelists again. Even if we close the school now, even before opening, I think you'll go home with something, isn't it? Very well, very well. We have mentors. We don't have shortage of mentors in Africa. And we are very, very grateful to all of you. Thank you so much, Dr. Esmo. Thank you so much, Honorable Jacqueline. Thank you so much, Professor Kivuta Kibwana. Thank you so very much, everyone, and Ayere Kabede again, really, for your support and such a wonderful presentation. Now, I dare ask, what do you want now? You are eyeing, you want your ranch now, I'm sure. Anyway, I can guarantee ranch is served from the hospitality of Chuka University. But before then, allow me to take just 2 minutes to play a video, a very short video, 3 minutes. And then I think we're going to give guidance in terms of how we will take our ranch. So, IT, David, are you ready?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Sanbonani. I am Orish Mary from Cameroon.
My name is Lamek. I am from Kenya.
I'm Zanjisile Hao from the beautiful kingdom of Eswatini.
My name is Loki Aben from Nigeria.
My name is Mithika Mwenda, the Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance.
My name is Professor Henry Mutembei, the Vice Chancellor of Chuka University.
Welcome to an incredible journey
of learning and growth,
where you will discover the power of collective action
and the importance of climate justice.
You'll engage with leading experts, passionate activists,
and like-minded peers from across the globe.
This experience will challenge you, inspire you, and equip you with the tools to make a real impact.
You will live here not just as an advocate,
but as a leader who is ready to drive change within your community.
The connections you will make here will last a lifetime, and together we can build a more strong and sustainable world.
To the new cohort of 2024.
Welcome to the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice,
which takes place at Chuka University from 24th June to 7th July.
The essence of the COHORT-IV is to trigger the youthful voice and to trigger these voices that can influence sustainable management of our climate in various communities.
Embrace this opportunity to ignite your passion, expand your horizons, and join a movement that transcends borders. Together, we can achieve climate justice for all.
Thank you. And those beautiful voices represent some of our graduates from Cohort 1, Cohort 2, and Cohort 3. And soon, you'll be joining them in a platform which we call South to South platform, youth platform on climate justice, which brings together all the alumni of summer school. So the journey begins now. So thank you so very much. I now want to invite you for lunch. So lunch is served on ground floor, first floor, and second floor. So the choice is yours. And for our dignitaries, Kaidri, your lunch is served at the Vice Chancellor's boardroom where you took your tea. Now after this, you have your free afternoon so that you can relax. I'm sure there are people who slept at midnight, some past midnight. So you have some time to prepare yourselves, prepare your books, in readiness to start your classes tomorrow. We'll be seated here by 8 to start the next leg of action. Thank you so very much. Enjoy your meal. Bon appetit. Thank you.
Excuse members, as we want to get out for our lunch, we requested that we leave behind the receivers and the head sets for the purpose of tomorrow's interpretation. They're very critical, so you are requested that we leave them behind your seats as we go out. For those who did not register your registration or you did not do any registration, kindly at the registration desk, may you put down your name. Thank you.